Sorry about the noise. I've got the microphones on. Is it working now? Can you hear me? Right. Okay. I'll tell you what it is. It's because there's a bit of a lag here as well. It was because I saw the message saying, what was that noise? That was because I was making a brew. So I put it on mute, and then I came back and I said, sorry about the noise. It's because it wasn't muted, and then I put it on mute again, and then I forgot it was on mute when I just came back and started talking, making myself look like a prick. But who cares? Because I don't. So how are we all? How's everybody doing? How's your week been? How's your weekend been? Sonic, fuck off. How is everyone doing? In other words, you push the buttons. Yeah, beep, bop, boop. Fucked up. Oh, hang on a minute. What's that? Oh, do you know what I didn't realise? Next week should be a members live stream, but I've realised that this month has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sundays in it. I'll have to have a think about that, about what we're going to do anyway. So, never mind. I don't know why that just cropped into my head, but it did. Right, sorry, just checking some messages going on there. Anyway, some months do that. They do, but I didn't realise that it was this month, to be honest. Oh no, I don't need my headphones on yet. Let's keep my ears cool for a little bit. I don't want them to feel like they've been between Gemma Collins' thighs just yet. Sonic's got Chinese. What have you got, Sonic? What have you got? I believe that Simon has been trying to get his studio sorted out. I know he was decorating it last week, I think it was. Other than that, I'm not entirely sure. He has been around in Discord and that, but I don't know. I've been a bit busy myself this week. And if you remember, I was looking at doing a live stream last week with Simon Sideways, where we was going to get drunk, but Simon Sideways didn't turn up, so I had to drink there. But I've got some for tonight anyway. Am I hungry yet, Dan? I've eaten. I've eaten today. Although I would prefer a Chinese, but I had a Chinese last week. Well, beginning of the week, so that will do me for one Chinese for the week. That's more than enough. So I've got myself a coffee, and then once that's gone, I've got myself, I don't know, half a dozen doubles, if that, and a full bottle of the fizzy brown stuff. So yeah, no, there's not enough there to see me asleep on the bathroom floor. Don't worry about that. Although I will say tonight, this week's been a mad week. Today's been a mad day. Today, normally I would have had a kip this afternoon, but I've been working on a video for the other channel, and I've not had a chance to have my 40 winks before coming on here to do the live stream. So it's not going to be a late one. But yes, I know I say that all the time. We're talking about 12 o'clock, so I think a 4-hour live stream or thereabouts is probably gonna cover it. But we'll take it from there anyway. LSP, I did see your message. I don't know how to find it. There is a way of adding you to that, but I don't know how. And I don't want to go through that all now while I'm on a live stream. You should have asked me earlier. Goodness me. If you'd have asked me earlier, I'd have had time to do it. But remind me during the week, and I'll come into Nightbot and I'll sort that out. How you doing, BBA? Nice to see you. Hello, Futoy. On Jitsi, can I say hello to everyone watching me on Jitsi? What's Jitsi? Hello, everybody watching me on Jitsi. What does that mean? Stevie Mac, how you doing? Hi, Ash. Evening, Glyn. I'll look into that, Ash. I'll look into that. Danny Austin, how you doing? Hello, Mickey. How are you? How many people coming to Newport to see Dean go down? Dean, are you talking about Gittos? You're talking about Dean Gittos? Eyes on the audit. How you doing? Nice one. Thank you. Ah. Well, I'll give it a few more minutes, like normal. Open the phone lines first of all on the Skype. We'll do that for a couple of hours or thereabouts, and then we'll move on and open the panel up. How you doing, Born Free? So while we're waiting for a few more people to pop in, we've got 93 people watching at the moment, according to StreamYard. So welcome, 89 people. So welcome to you all. Hi, Kaz. How you doing? MacTavish, how you doing? Richard, you're asking me about political stuff. I do not do political stuff. I just do not do it. I pay no attention to it. I've got no interest in it whatsoever. I don't really know what to say about those particular things because I know nothing really about them. So and I'm not going to lie about that. Hebe Alex or Hibby Alex. God, I wish people would have words, usernames that I could pronounce. You know, I struggle to pronounce stuff as it is. If you watch my videos, especially if I'm talking about an Irish word or a Welsh one, because I always get told off in the comments, Dan, that's not how you pronounce it. This is how you pronounce it. Pap the butcherer of names. Actually, has anybody here watching this at the moment heard of Sam Samworth? Has anybody heard of Sam Samworth? No. Some no's. Okay. Connor has. That's it, Connor. Yeah. That's it, Mark. Yeah, okay. There's a few people that know who Sam Samworth is. Well, the private investigator that I'm working with the case that we're putting out on the Independent Media Alliance channel, he done an interview. He done a car interview with Mike, the private investigator that we're working with, which is up on his channel at the moment. Now, I am going to, for people that don't get to watch this, I'm going to ask Sam. In fact, he texted me a little while ago. I'm going to speak to him tomorrow, and I'm going to ask him whether I can grab that video from his channel, put it onto here for people that don't know who he is, with a link to his channel. So anybody that watches that video that hasn't seen this live stream will then be able to find him and go and check him out. But Sam Samworth has done an interview with Mike, from Norfolk Legal Services, who's working with us, trying to expose and bring out the child abuse situation that's going on in Dorset at the moment. And I thought it would be nice to let you guys know, for anybody that's on here watching this now, that we've got another channel that's helping to push the word out as well. And I thought it'd be nice, because he's helping us out in that way. It would be obviously nice for us to help him out, and and maybe highlight his channel, and maybe help him out with a few subscribers if people like his stuff. So just to let you know that if you want to find out a little bit more about what's going on at the moment, because it's difficult for me to keep up with all the stuff on this channel and the videos on the Independent Media Alliance channel. But Mike has done an interview with Sam Samworth, former prison officer who does interviews in his car. So it would be nice for you to go over and check that out and find out a little bit more about what it is that we're dealing with when it comes to the abuse situation down in Dorset. So wanted to give that little shout out for Sam there. I don't know if he's watching or not, but it's only fair that I give the guy a shout out, considering he's now given us all a shout out on his channel for what we're trying to achieve with regards to Dorset Corrupt Council and the rest of them down there. So there are some people that have said they've seen the video, which is great. Yeah, as I say, for anybody that doesn't know who Sam Samworth is, just type the name in, and it should come up at the beginning, at the top of the search list, Sam Samworth. But not now, obviously, because you're here watching this. So don't go and watch it now, but maybe bookmark it for something to watch later or tomorrow or whatever. Can I say more about Mosaic? Rusty, I do have a video which I've recorded today, which will be coming out in the next 6 or 8 days. Not sure when, because I've got to edit them as well and before putting them up, but it will be coming out within the next 6 to 8 days. And that will explain a bit more about the Mosaic system, and just how our client has been stitched up because of the Mosaic system. But it'll be interesting for people to watch that video, because this is something that goes on in all councils. And I want to be careful not to say too much here, because the video and information will be going up on Independent Media Alliance channel. But the Mosaic is a system where anybody that causes a problem, they say it's for people that are threatening and abusive, but it's anybody that causes the council any kind of issue. So if you phone them up half a dozen times with the same problem, you could get put on this system. And what that means is you're blacklisted, and they then make it very, very difficult for you to reach the person you need to reach and to get a resolution to any of your problems. It's like a naughty list. When you phone the police, when they ask you what your name is, they type it in. In fact, they don't even need to. When you phone the police, your phone number brings up a screen in front of them. I don't know if you've ever seen the programs on the telly where they're in the control rooms and somebody, like the 999 control room ambulance, for example, it will pop up a screen that is connected to your telephone number. All right, and on that screen, it will say how many times you've called, whether you're a vexatious caller, where you live, all sorts of information comes up on that screen. Okay. The council have a similar system. So when they ask you what your name is, type it in, and what comes up is a screen. And on that screen, there'll be a warning, okay, that this person is on the matrix, is on the Mosaic. And I don't know how much more information is on there, but it tells the person you're dealing with that you're on the Mosaic system, which is the naughty list, okay? And there will be limited options for them. In some cases, they just give you what's called a SPOC, a single point of contact. In other cases, they just try and avoid dealing with your issue at all. And when you're paying council tax for services that then gets refused to you, in my opinion, that's theft, that's fraud. They're taking money from you for services that they're not going to let you have access to. In fact, you're paying them to prohibit you access to certain services because of this system. But again, this is a big thing that we'll be discussing in a future video on the Independent Media Alliance channel, link in the description. So please do think about going and subscribing to that and seeing that video when it comes out in the next sort of 6 to 10 days. But I don't want to use this to completely keep bigging up the Independent Media Alliance channel, because that's not what this channel or this live stream is about. But I just wanted to give you a bit of a heads up on that, and hopefully you'll consider going over, checking it out, and maybe even sharing some of the videos on there. I put a link in the description on the videos to all the places where you can share these videos, including all of the council contact pages, all of the police contact pages, the police and crime commissioners contact pages. So lots of places you can, give them a little nudge and say, "Oi, you're not doing your job. Do your fucking job." But don't get yourselves into trouble doing it. Anyway, moving on. HE Media, how are you doing? Right. By all means, Connor, you can mirror them. Briefly describe the IMA channel for new viewers. To be honest, the IMA channel isn't initially at this point what it is intended to be. But what it is at the moment is I'm using the Independent Media Alliance umbrella, shall we say, because this situation with the children on here, I swear a lot. I'm just me on here, and I swear and I take the piss and all that kind of stuff. And although although I am me on the other reports, they just deserve a little bit more respect because there's children involved, and we've got children that are suffering from horrific situations. And I didn't want to tie that up with the idea that people have about this channel, you see. So people think I'm a cop basher, and that's cop basher, and all sorts of stuff like that. And people have a preconceived idea of me. So rather than having them look at that other channel, which is dealing with a much different situation, you know, with the same lens that they see this channel as, I didn't want that to happen, which is why in the other channel, I'm not sat in here, I'm sat in the other room, I'm stood in the other room. I've even got a bloody shirt on in those videos. And it's completely different in the way that I'm, it's completely different in the way that I put it across. And again, that's because it's children in a situation, and I want people to share the videos. I don't want people to be afraid of sharing the videos. You know, some of my videos people might be afraid of sharing because I swear in them. That's the way that I am, unfortunately. But on that channel, I'm very conscious about that, because I want people, it's a very serious topic that I need and want people to not be afraid to share or be associated with. So that's not a very quick explanation. So my apologies, but that's the situation that we're in with regards to the other channel. But as time goes on, that other channel will be for other reasons as well as what we're doing at the moment. Not hyphenated. Andrew, what do you mean? Do you mean the Independent Media Alliance, or are you talking about something else? Have I missed something else there? To be honest, description to the other channel, link to the other channel is in the description of all my videos now, and also it will pop up in the comments here every now and again. It will just pop up, so you can open that in a new window, and then maybe check it out afterwards if you want to. But thank you to everybody anyway who does watch this channel and who has gone over to support the other channel by subscribing and hopefully sharing some of the videos that we put out on there. Although, as I say, it's not the same kind of stuff that we do on this channel. So no actual cop bashing on the other channel, so to speak. Right. Right. So, you know what this means? Well, it means that we're going to try opening the lines anyway. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything goes to plan. And we'll take it from there. So, oh, my bottle of brandy's in the way. What am I doing? Okay, so there we go. 01515289590 if you want to call in. Any reason, share a story, whistle blow, talk shit, or call me names. I don't care. Bring it on. Heard it all before. But if you want to call in, if you want to speak to me, if you want to share a story, as I say, you want to discuss a topic of your choice, I might not have any inclination what you're talking about, but we'll give it a good go. 01515289590. If you're on Skype, you've already got a Skype account and you're Skype, use the name Dan. If you're on Skype. Hello, good evening and welcome. Can you turn the volume down, please, boss?
Yeah, it's off.
Hello, who's this?
It's Glyn, just phoning in.
Hello, Glyn. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm fine, mate. Yeah, not bad at
Good
all.
stuff. Jolly good. Glad to hear it.
So, it's just I only just found the channel a couple of weeks back, and obviously just when I'm sitting in going through YouTube and that, and it's come up, but never found it before. Yeah, really interesting. Surprised how much bloody corruption there is in the place, isn't there?
I'll tell you what, I won't run out of content anytime soon. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's unreal. I mean, yeah, watching the videos you put up, and then all your little bits you put up, and I'm watching them, and you're just thinking, Christ's sake. And then they come down on us as members of the public like we're like real hardened criminals, don't they?
Yeah, well, of course.
Of
course they do.
And then everything they get is just covered up.
Slaps on the wrist all round in most cases. I mean, I've got to be careful saying that because we've just had a recent one get 18 and a half years for
yeah, I've seen that one, yeah.
For something rather despicable. But again, I mean, that's the kind of sentence that they should have been dishing out for God knows how long. But so many people that have done something similar have got 4 years, 5 years, suspended sentence, all this, absolutely no deterrent whatsoever. And they wonder why it carries on.
Yeah.
Absolute madness. But I mean, the stuff that I cover isn't even probably half of what's actually out there. I cover as much as I can, and sometimes that's 9 videos a day. I could probably do more if I wasn't doing them in video form. But because I do them in video form and I have to edit them slightly as well before I put them out, I'm limited to how many I can put out. So there are ones that slip through the net, so to speak. But if you think that there's a lot just by looking at my channel, then you'll be shocked to see how many I don't get.
Probably the ones you actually covered is probably throughout the whole UK police force is probably the tip of the iceberg. It's probably just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, of course it is. Of course.
There's got to be more going on out there. I mean, I've got no trust in them. I don't trust them from the length of my elbow to my little finger. Because of instances I've had with the police over the last few years.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't trust them from nowhere.
No, it's a shocking state that we find ourselves in where we even have to report on this stuff. Do you know what I mean? And one of the people sometimes say to me, why do you bother doing what you do? And the reason I do what I do is, although some of the stories that I cover are in the mainstream media, the majority of them are in town or county newspapers, which means that the rest of the country don't get to hear about it. So what I try and do is I try and collect as many as I can from around the country, put them all into one place on this channel so that people can get a better idea of how bad things actually are. I mean, if you're in one area of the country and all you get to hear about is what goes on in your area, you might think to yourself, quite rightly, that it's not that bad. But when you think of the situation as a whole across the entire country, you realise just how bad the situation is and just how careful we now have to be.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm tucked right down in the corner of the Isle of Sheppey, an island off the Kent coast.
Right.
And
it's just as bad there as it is everywhere else, no doubt.
Yeah, just as bad. Well, we don't have a police force down here because the nearest police stations are on the mainland. But but then there's loads of instances down here where there's been trouble, they haven't turned up, or it took 6, 7, 8 hours to turn up.
Right.
A bit late in the day then, isn't it? And then it's all just brushed under the carpet as just an incident.
Yeah, there's no sense of urgency to deal with anything these days. I mean, even this whole thing at the moment with regards to the police will now be attending every burglary. Now, I'll tell you what, that might on the surface it might sound like a good thing, but that doesn't mean that they're going to do anything. it might just mean that they're going to attend to the burglary to give you your reference number in person and make it look like they're actually
well, that's it. That's what they do. They give you the reference number, so then you can forward that to the insurance company, and then it's like, yeah, job done.
Yeah. So, and you know, that's, as I say, that's just one aspect of the police and what they try and do to make it look like they are doing something, when in fact they're doing fuck all.
Yeah, besides, if you go on Kent Police's website and look at their incident reports, it says, you know, we attended X amount of crimes in the last 12 months, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But how many of them were solved? Not many.
Oh, no. What was it? I think it's 6% of crimes or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Are solved. Even when it comes to sexual offences, I mean, the rate for that is abysmal, and this is something I reported on last week. I think it was, maybe the week before. 87% of sexual offences, I think, go without even a suspect being identified. Never mind anything else, you know, and that's fucking shocking. It's genuinely disgusting.
I think that they tend to respond to like less serious offences than they do to major offences recently. Because like last year, I had a very drunken ex-partner. When she got drunk, it become rather abusive,
right?
Verbally abusive and threatening. And I left her property, come home, and then she demanded on the phone that I come back to her. So I said, no, I'm not going back. She turned up at mine 1:30 in the morning, pissed out of her face, semi-naked, smashing on the door, shouting, screaming, and I just did ignore the door. Next thing, 2 hours later, police turn up, smashing on the door, and arrested me for common assault, criminal damage, and all this. And I spent 21 hours in a cell.
Fucking ridiculous.
21 hours, then was interviewed with a solicitor, of course. And then 6 months later, after all this on top of me, they just say, oh, it's no further action.
Yeah.
I mean, total waste of police time. It should have been her that had been arrested. And then since I found out what I found out over the last year, is she's got a habit of doing it.
Really?
So surely they should be knocking her up for 21 hours and questioning her and charging her with wasting bloody police time.
Well, again, you'd think so, but the thing is, it's far easier for them to get a not a charge, but it's better for them if they turn around and arrest a bloke, right? Then they get a little tally on their Home Office report that they send in. If they send in one, you know, reports of all these women who have been causing problems. I'm not saying it's all women, by the way, before anybody bites
no.
off.
I'm fully aware of that. It's not all women, no. I mean, some are genuine cases, and I feel sorry for the women that are into these in violent relationships and stuff.
It would just go against the narrative. We've got this narrative, especially at the moment, this narrative playing out of violence against women and girls. All men are bastards. All men are horrible. You know, even if you look at a woman these days, you could get lifted by the police for being harassing or threatening. And that what they want is they want their tally to show that they've arrested X amount of men, which fits their agenda. If they start putting down the amount of women that have done it, it's going to go against their agenda, against their narrative.
And it does go with gender, because I know a guy, a mate of mine, good old friend, went to school with him years ago. I mean, I'm in my 50s now. I mean, back in his early 20s, she was a violent partner. I mean, she used to assault him, verbally abuse him, throw things at him, smash his property and all that.
Yeah.
And when the police got involved on that, he said to me, they just done nothing. They just said, oh, all right, you both had a couple of drinks, go and sleep it off, sort it out in the morning. It's a civil matter, nothing to do with us.
Yeah. But again, get the police getting involved. My voice is going now, but with the police getting involved, again, it can go on their Home Office report that they've arrested another man involved in a domestic abuse situation. They don't have to say what the situation was. As long as that tally is in the man box rather than the woman box, then that's all good.
Yeah, that's it. It looks like they're doing their job, doesn't it? And it shows like they got. It's like any. I think it's like any company. If you go outside the police force, they'll work on percentages, don't they?
Yeah.
And they've got to hit a certain percentage. Now, wherever they get there, they do whatever's necessary to get that certain percentage and go, cool, look what we've done.
Yeah. Anything to give themselves a pat on the back. And
and that's it. And they get a pat on the back and say, cool, didn't you do really well last year? And then you get all the reports on Sky News saying, oh, the police last year, they made X amount of arrests and this and that and this and that, and crime's down. But crime's not down. I mean, you look over the last 2 weeks, the amount of knife crime.
Yeah, of course. I mean, generally speaking, you might find that across the board, the crime numbers might be down. The total number of crimes may be down, but just because they've come down. I mean, and again, they use percentages, so they turn around and they'll say, "Oh yeah, it's down. I don't know, 6%, okay, overall." But yet, knife crime and sexual offences could be up 100% each in the same time that the overall crimes across the country are down by 6%.
Yeah, then what they do is they offset it, don't they, to make an even percentage.
Yeah, I've said this before in other videos about percentages. It's all used. They use specific numbers for certain things to make it look like they're doing something by using percentages. But again, when they turn around and say, for example, if they say certain amount of crime, let's just say sexual offence. We'll use that as an example. Let's say here in Liverpool, right? Say there was only one sexual offence today that was reported. Tomorrow there could be 2, but rather than saying two sexual offences were reported, they say it's increased by 100%.
Yeah.
When you say 100% increase, obviously the first thing that goes in everyone's mind is shit. That's a huge number, and it is.
Bloody hell! Lock your doors.
Yeah, but when you say one extra person, although that's still bad, but when you say one extra person has been assaulted, obviously in context, 2 people, although nobody should be getting assaulted, but 2 people in a day is nothing compared to the number that are actually assaulted. But when you say 100%, it obviously sounds a million times worse, and people's asses fall out. And this is how percentages are used to fool us, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
but it's a shame they don't do a separate file for corrupt officers. Cut away the general public. Do 2 separate reports.
Yeah.
What the percentage of crime is with the general public.
Yeah.
And then do another report. What the percentage of crime is for the amount of police officers in the force in the UK for the ones that you've exposed and done, and see what the percentage on that is.
Oh, I guarantee someone out there somewhere has got those numbers. I guarantee it.
Probably, yeah, probably. And that would, I think if that was made public, that would be frightening statistics, because people would look at it and go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Especially some of the stuff you've reported. I mean, that guy, that ex-PC on Friday, 18 years.
Yeah.
That PC Cousins, abduction, rape and murder. Serving Met police officer, abduction, rape and murder. And you're putting your trust in these people.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, they use percentages to make it sound like it's not that bad. The police will turn around and say it's only 0.1% or whatever that they know of that have committed those offences. I'm making that figure up, by the way. I'm just using that as an example. They say it's of course, it's such and such a percent of police officers. So you've got nothing to be scared of. But again, when you think of the amount of coppers that there have been, that there are, and that there will be, it's still way too much. It's still way too much. It only takes, especially in that position of that role, that peacekeeper's role, supposed to be preventing harm, loss, and damage against people and property is their main role, and yet those are the things they fail at the most. But there's, as I say, there are so many more, and it doesn't have to be those serious offences. All they've got to do is not protect somebody from harm, loss, or damage, and they are breaking the law themselves as coppers. But the majority of it gets overlooked, and they only get really dragged over the coals if somebody decides to make it public, or if it is such a heinous offence like Cousins, Carrick, or that other twat the other day. When they've got absolutely no way of hiding it. But it's sickening. Listen, sorry, I'm going to have to wrap. We've been on 15 minutes. I want to try and get as many people on as I can.
Of course. It's been great.
No, listen, I appreciate your call. Thank you very much. It's been interesting. Feel free to call in the future and jump in the comments and stuff like that on my videos. I look forward to chatting with you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, it's been brilliant.
All right, mate. You take care.
Yeah, take care of yourself. Keep good work going. Brilliant.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Right, take care.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, my name is Adrian. Have you heard of the 4 mega prisons that are being built?
First of all, hello, Adrian. Secondly, during the COVID lockdown, I do know of some people that went filming one of these mega prisons that were being built. I wasn't aware that there was 4.
Yeah, there seem to be 4 of them, and they're all privately owned, and they're going to be, the contracts have been offered to G4S.
Right.
And they're going to be what's called privately owned, so they're going to be making money. So maybe the police are dumbing down right now until the end, and then we're going to have loads of people suddenly going into prison.
Well, I think what we see at the moment is we see that a lot of offences that aren't really offences. For example, saying something somebody else doesn't agree with. These kind of things are being criminalised more and more, and we're seeing the police attending people's houses and, literally assaulting people over something that they might have said online. That isn't an offence, right? They're making it an offence, but when it comes to harm, loss, or damage, which is your 3 main points of policing, prevent harm, loss, or damage to people or property. Saying some words has never in the history of mankind been an issue until now.
Well, they're going to be incentivized to put people in prison, especially with the new protest laws that they're going to have in place. They're already saying that they're going to have like ankle monitors on some people. They were talking in the House of Commons a few days ago.
Yeah. If you're known to be involved in protests or anything like that, then and they know that there's a protest coming up, then they are talking about or looking into preventing you from attending those by putting you on a tag of some description. So then if it shows that you've attended or been in that area, then you can get arrested for it, and that's without even committing an offence. Sickening.
Yeah, there are a few videos about the 4 mega prisons on YouTube, and they're quite giant, and they don't have any what's called those things on the windows. They have like regular windows, like proper buildings.
Got no bars on the windows.
No bars.
Right.
No, I think they have loads of security on the hallway, and I don't know exactly what. Maybe they're gonna have you produce something like license plates or who knows what, because they need to make money out of it. And if they don't make the right amount of money, they're gonna subsidize from public money. So I don't know. That's about all I know. So yeah.
Right. No, it's interesting. As I say, I heard in during the COVID period, I heard about the mega prisons that were being built. I didn't know how many there was. I did see a video of somebody going and videoing one of these sites that they were building the prison on. But knowing that, as you say, knowing that there's potentially 4 out there, at least I would assume, is a bit worrying. I mean, what are they going to do with the other prisons? Are they going to close the other prisons down, or are they going to keep them running? And they're just expecting a big increase, like a huge increase in people being arrested and sent to prison over something.
Well, it's going to be like in America, where the government and the police are going to be incentivized to make as many arrests as possible.
Yeah.
Like at a certain point, they had the drug unit, and if they made a certain number of arrests, they would get like certificates. And if they had like the maximum in a certain number of years, they would become like chief of the drug unit and stuff.
Yeah.
And they catch like a lot of policemen planting drugs on people, and there were like 300 or something people that had their cases checked and stuff.
Absolutely does not surprise me one little bit, Adrian. Absolutely doesn't. The whole system stinks.
Yeah, I think they're gonna. We might have this thing with Prince Charles, because a lot of things are coming up about Epstein and everything else. So if you're gonna say something bad about him, it's gonna be a potential thing to go, because Epstein had like a lot of pictures at the royal addresses and stuff.
Yes.
And I don't know exactly what's happening, but there seem to be a lot more islands with children and stuff, and all these children that go missing in a lot of countries, especially Moscow. They have like, I don't know.
Well, I've noticed recently here in the UK, I'm seeing more and more, and I mean a noticeable increase in missing children posts from police.
There were like announcements in certain newspapers that some people from some countries are bringing like voodoo practices, and they're actually kidnapping children for different body parts. But that's like, have you heard of History Debunked?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Yeah, that guy was talking at a certain point about voodoo practices coming to UK. At a certain point, they had this. Have you heard of the movie Saved by the Bell?
Not the movie. I only remember the kids show.
Yeah, the kids one. Yeah.
Right.
So
right.
that one, it's like a British thing that was happening. So at a certain point, if they were like two brothers, and one was younger and the other one was older, the younger one would actually get in touch with a voodoo doctor, and he would get one of those popper fish, and he would the poison from the popper fish would actually put the person in clinical death. So it would seem like he was dead, but he wasn't. So it would have like someone blow the dart at him.
Right.
And they had this thing happening in the cemeteries. And at a certain point, some people would wake up from the poison, and they started tying a rope to the person's leg, and having the like rich people have guards next to the coffins and stuff. And if the bell rang, they have to dug the person out fast.
Right. Okay.
So
I mean, to be honest, that's a practice they used to do during. I think it was the one of the plagues. One of the plagues when they used to bury people, because some people were buried alive because they outwardly appeared to be dead at the time. Then they got buried, and then they realised that people were being buried alive. So they started doing that kind of practice with people during the plague times, I think it was. But I mean,
that was a voodoo practice with the blowing of darts with the poison of the pufferfish.
Right.
Well, that's about it. I think that's all I wanted to say. Apart from that, I think this thing with discrimination and stuff is going to extend to don't discriminate against the police officers that have criminal records.
It's a bit of a stretch, but I mean, the way things are going, it wouldn't surprise me if people will try just about anything these days. You know, they want to be part. They want to be part of their own special little group, and what better way to do that than to say, if you don't do what I say, you're discriminating against me.
Yeah, there was this lady like last week or not too long ago. She made she scheduled a visit to a doctor, and she wanted the doctor to be the same sex as her.
Right.
And when she walked in, it was like transsexual, and she complained about it. And she got her appointment canceled. I don't know exactly what happened to her.
Right.
So yeah, and I won't like to be like, if someone's disguised as a woman and stuff, I don't want to be searched by them because they might have like sexual intention or something. I don't know. It's just me, but yeah, I don't know. When I did my SIA license course, they taught us this strange stuff. If we find two people together and they seem to be drunk, they need to show proof of relationship. Have you heard of that thing?
How could you prove a relationship with somebody?
Well, they need to show you pictures and stuff, but it's actually in the new SIA course.
Oh, that's interesting.
And if they don't show you proof of relationship, they have to keep the mail away and they can't call the police.
Okay, now I can understand that in a way, because obviously you want to make sure that people are safe at the end of the day. That's your main goal, is to make sure that people are safe. And without obviously pissing off some of the people that are watching this video, because I don't want people thinking I'm on the side of tyranny and all the rest of it. But when you're talking, when you're looking at protecting somebody, it's like if you've got a child. Yeah, if you get caught, you're a grown adult and there's a child with you, and the police stop you and they say, right, is this your child? And you would need then to somehow provide evidence that that's your child. I don't think that most people would have an issue with that particular thing, because if your child did go missing, you'd want to make sure that if the person got stopped, they'd identify that the child isn't theirs at the earliest possible opportunity. But I think it's different when it comes to adult relationships. I think that's different, because if you've been out for a night and you meet somebody and you have both consented to going back to a hotel or to somebody's house, and then you get stopped.
Well, what happens if you meet someone like tonight and you want to meet them the other night and you haven't taken pictures or something, or what's happened? What are you going to show?
Oh, well, that's what I mean.
They just split you up.
That's what I mean. That's the issue I can see when it comes to adults, because adults are going out meeting people. People still have to have relationships, and those relationships have to start somewhere. Even if you've been talking for 6 months on a dating app and then it's your first meeting together, you've got no proof that you're there, of your own free will at that point. So I think it's going to cause a bit of an issue, but I'll have to have a look, see if there's any online documentation about that to have a look into a bit more.
It seems like we're sacrificing more freedom for what's it called, for safety. I saw like this meme. This woman was growing a dinosaur, and the dinosaur was security, and the dinosaur was growing bigger and bigger, and at a certain point security was so big that it ate the woman.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's you're talking a 1984 Big Brother type thing. Where every home has got a wall monitor, and you go in and you have to show your face when you walk in the house, and so they know who you are, and the person you're with has to show their face, and so they know who's with you in your property, and all the rest of it. All this kind of stuff is, it seems like science fiction, but it certainly seems more and more credible.
And the courts are bought and everything, and if you're poor, you can't actually afford justice. No. And I heard somewhere on TV that being guilty doesn't mean you were right. Being not guilty doesn't mean you were not right, or something like that. like at a certain point, they were like certain lawyers. They would promote themselves. I can prove you innocent even if you're guilty.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
think.
yeah.
Yeah, I think lawyers should be arrested if they cover like guilty people.
I think what does it they say in some films? It's not about what's true. It's not about it's not about what's right and what's wrong. It's about what you can prove. And it's all about story.
Yeah.
It's all about storytelling. If you can tell a more compelling story than your opponent,
Yeah.
and you're probably going to find
then I want
in
to
your
say
favor.
something that
Go
I
on.
actually do.
Go on.
I have an MP3 player, and it's a Philips one, and it records 4 hours at a time, and it can record like up to 12 hours per day.
Right.
It does up to 300 recordings in 4 GB.
Okay.
So I'm kind of afraid of this thing ever happening, because every time you have an encounter, if it's with the police about someone, it's going to be your word against his.
True. Yeah.
And a judge said in Texas said that a recording is an accurate depiction of what happened. It's accurate notes. So I recommend everyone just get like a recorder, and from time to time just turn it on. You don't have to be somewhere. And if you're at the peak of something bad happening, just use that thing. They're pretty cheap right now, and it's very good just having it in your pocket, forgetting about it and remembering from time to time. Yeah,
But you're absolutely right. I mean, I've got several body cameras. I've got a Boblov with night vision, which the police had until recently, and I managed to get that back. I've had that since January, and I've got two mini Boblovs, which just clip onto like a pocket or sleeve of some description.
Yeah, but the thing is, sometimes like someone would call me or say something, or
Oh yeah,
and I would just have this thing on me without knowing that I have it on.
Oh no, absolutely.
Yeah, so,
I'm just sort of explaining that some of the things that could be used. Obviously, you've got the body cameras. I wear a smartwatch. I don't know, how many other people wear a smartwatch, but I've set mine up that if I press two buttons,
Dan, I only start my recording when I leave home. So if I'm not trying to catch someone, just in case something suddenly happens and I'm starting it at home.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I mean about this. My smartwatch, I can walk down the street with it, as you know, without touching it. I see somebody approaching me, or somebody starts to talk to me. I press a button. I press two buttons, or I press one button twice, and it opens up my recording app on my phone. So all I've got to do is pretend I'm looking at the time, press the two buttons, let go, and it will pick up everything that's been said. And nobody would know that I'm recording through my watch. So to have something like that, something that you can have in your pocket, you know where the button is, you know what button to press, and you just click it while an interaction is happening. Yeah, absolutely. I'm all for that. Yeah. I totally advocate that. Totally.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's about it. Because the thing is, you have to protect yourself, and this times when it's your word against his. If it's your word against someone with a lot of money, your word doesn't matter as much money as you have.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Thank you, Dan. Have a beautiful evening.
No, listen, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. And first time caller, are you?
Oh, I think I called before with the what's it called? Someone jumped off the bridge.
Right. Yes. Yes. I think I do recall now.
It's not polite to record the person that jumped up off the bridge.
Right. Yeah.
Into the highway.
I think I recall our conversation now.
No worries.
But yeah, listen. No, thank you for calling back. It's much appreciated. You look after yourself.
You too.
All right,
Bye-bye.
speak to you soon. Bye now. All right, guys. Listen. The lines are still open, but I've got to go. I've got to go for a piss. So I'm going to quickly go and have a leak, and then I'll come back and I'll take some more calls. Okay, so do excuse me, but I will be back in just a few moments. Oh, hello, I'm a swinger. And we're back. Was I longer than 30 seconds? Okay. Let's get back on it. Hello, caller. Goodbye, caller. Hello, caller.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
My name's Jill.
Hello, Jill. You sound very lively this evening.
I've had a few beers.
Fair play. What can I do for you, Jill?
Right, I have a problem with Headloo Police.
Okay, you're not the only one.
It is still ongoing, so I can't say a lot.
Of course.
It's been 3 years since me and my partner were arrested under false pretenses.
Okay, are you able to tell us why?
My husband was accused falsely of attempted rape.
Okay.
And I was arrested for harassment.
Right. Okay.
All this over a dog show, believe it or not.
Well, I've heard of some reasons before, but that's probably, yeah. I think that's up there with the weirdest.
They were trying to get rid of the competition.
Okay.
Now, I do have one report from earlier in the investigation, and one of the arresting officers, who's actually a beat officer at a local police station, was commented to say, "I don't understand why it didn't work." What would your thoughts be on that comment?
Repeat that to me again.
An officer who's a local beat officer, obviously I won't name them.
Of course.
In the report, his words were, and I quote, "I don't understand why it didn't work." What are your thoughts on that comment?
Now, to be fair, it would be difficult for me to say without understanding the full context around what was said before the comment was made. I mean, it'd be easy for me to say all sorts of things based on just that comment, but I've got to be,
We are of the understanding that he is a friend of the said person who got us arrested.
Right, and it's and what you're saying that was the comment from the police. It wasn't the it wasn't
that
the comment.
Was a comment from one of the arresting police officers from the investigating station.
And that was their own words, and it wasn't them say it wasn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't them
black and white in a report.
I mean, it wasn't them saying that such and such a person said, "I don't understand."
No, they just said, "I don't understand it. I don't understand why it didn't work." In other words, it just seems to me too blatantly obvious that there must be some relation to the person who got us arrested.
Again, I could easily sit here and just say all sorts of things that would make the police look bad. And, and don't get me wrong, I disagree with many things the police do. And I do know that they are thoroughly corrupt. However, again, without that context, it would be very difficult for me to honestly say sort of what I genuinely think, because it's like a moment of time, isn't it? Really, that's being presented without knowing what happens prior to that. And
if I told you any more than that, though, it would give it away who I am and what I'm talking about.
Right, I can understand that. But again, without being rude or dismissive, I would not genuinely be able to, hand on heart, give an opinion on that based just on that one comment. And
once the investigation's over, I'm more than happy to send you any paperwork I have to show you what went on.
Right. Okay. I just want to be completely honest with you. I just want to be completely honest with you. That's all. And just without.
Yeah. Oh no, it's fine. It just seems very strange to me that someone who is supposed to be impartial would come out with a comment like that.
And it would, and on the face of it, it genuinely does sound, particularly concerning, based on not knowing what else has been said.
Yeah. Well, I'm more than happy to send you everything over once it's all over, and I'll get my compensation out. Huh?
Well, my email address is everywhere. The description of every video.
I've already got it written down, mate.
But no, by all means, anytime you want to have a chat about something that's happened, you can get in touch and we can arrange a phone call or something in private.
Yeah.
And discuss things that way. Again, without
obviously on live, I can't really discuss it in depth.
Of course, and again, from my point of view, I don't want you to think that I'm being dismissive or anything.
You have to be impartial live on the telly, on the video. I understand that, but I just wanted to let you know there will be a major story for you in the future.
Okay, well, I'm always looking for major stories, and I'm always looking for people that have had interactions that want to talk about.
Oh, don't worry about it. I tore them a new butthole. They don't seem to realise I'm related to an old school copper who was in CID. Sadly, he's passed away now, but he was really, really good with me when I was a kid. He taught me right from wrong, told me to behave myself. If you've done anything wrong, admit it. If you didn't do anything wrong, you've got to file out a cat in the bag to get results.
Absolutely, yeah. That's totally right, yeah.
And he's the old school good coppers,
Glad to hear it.
But as I say, I'll be in touch with you soon, Dan, and I'll send you some gear over and you have a look through it all, and then you'll see that comment.
By all means, and I look forward to it.
Anyway, I'll make this a short call, mate, and I'll be in touch soon.
No worries. Thank you for your call, and again, I'm
sorry.
Cheers, Dan. I'm sorry that I can't be any more.
No. You'll get the gist of it when you get the paperwork.
Right. No worries.
But I just want to give you a heads up. You might have a nice juicy story to tell soon. There's quite a few coppers that are going for the jump.
Good. Let's get rid of them all.
Yeah. Hate corrupt coppers. Hate them.
You
anyway,
look after.
I'll see you later, mate. You take care.
Worries. You too. Thanks for your call.
All right, bye.
Bye now. Bye-bye. Oh, busy on the lines. Hello. Goodbye. Well, I mean, let's try that one again. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello.
Oh, Jesus. Have I got you?
I'm here.
Hi, Sam, mate.
How you doing? I recognise this voice. I can't remember the name though.
Yeah, it's a few weeks ago. Yeah, I rang you up. I was less pissed than I am now. So, yeah. So, well, I was going to say, you had some man me up about crowds, okay? Yeah, can you hear me? Throw stuff.
Right.
Hang on. Let me. Can you hear me, mate?
I can hear you.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah. You had some Asian bloke reading about crowds and stuff, yeah?
The what, sorry?
About crowds. You know, what happened to crowds.
Right.
Yeah, and he went about, he got a bit dark in the end about kids and stuff, but what I'm talking about, can you hear me properly?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm on a landline, so you know where I am. So, yeah, so what we're talking about, okay, is I was in the National Front, okay?
Okay.
That's going to scare you, okay? But that was in the 1990s, okay? And what happened, okay, I went on a march in Margate.
Right.
Along the seafront, okay? The first march didn't happen, okay? I left because of the anti-Jew shit, okay? But, yeah, the first march didn't happen. The second march happened, okay? And I was in a group of people, probably 30 of us, 40 maybe, at the most.
Right.
And I was there. We were corralled by police. I mean, really corralled. Okay.
Yeah.
With the cameras, we were basically, we couldn't do nothing. Okay. And some person in the crowd, okay, hate me for being what I was. I don't care. Someone in the crowd said they were hit by a missile. Okay.
Right.
You hear me then, yeah? Mate?
Yeah.
Forget that. I'm not, you had to do stuff, pissed me off and I left, okay? But someone in the crowd said they were hit by a missile, okay? And their daughter was hit by a missile, okay?
Okay.
So I got arrested, I got taken out of the crowd, I got arrested, taken to Margate police station. All the shit you go through, middle of the night and all this shit, okay? And let go, they charged me with assault, okay? So
right.
I've done nothing. I've done absolutely fuck all. Okay. So I went home to Norfolk. Okay, well, now you can press my number. You can press my lip. I don't care. Okay. And I had to go to Margate Magistrates Court about a month later. And I went down there. Okay. I represented myself. Okay. Didn't have the money to get and stuff. And it was hard because, me being National Front and we had the far left, okay, wanted to kill me, basically.
Right.
So I went down there, I parked the car a mile away, I walked, okay. I disguised myself, whatever. I got into the magistrate court.
Yeah.
And I went in there, okay, I said to the magistrate, I've got to the magistrate, he said, you've been charged with assault. This man, the man didn't turn up, nor did his daughter, no one turned up, okay.
Okay.
And I said to him, you charged me with assault, throwing a weapon, or throwing a stone, I think it was. I can't remember what it was now. And I said to him, and all the police were there, okay, the police were there. I'll give you a good side to the police, okay?
Right.
Now, which is weird on your channel, but I'm going to say, well done, police. In the magistrate's court, and I just said to him, I said, with all these cameras on us, okay, and all these police around us, How could I have thrown anything without it being spotted by you lot? And the police officer said, no, we didn't catch anything. Nothing on video, nothing visually. We didn't see anything, okay? So the magistrate threw it out. He said, no, there's nothing there, okay? So I went out there, and the police were really nice to me. You know, I went down 3 flights of stairs in the magistrate court, and they were so nice to me. They said, well done, well done, well done. Even though I was part of a far-right group. Yeah, because the magistrates threw it out, because there was no way that they could prove that's anything, because the police were there. We were surrounded by police. We had cameras on us, everything. There's actually nowhere. But you know, Dan, forget the national front stuff, okay? I'm not part of that now, okay? You know, because it was anti-Jew. I'm not anti-Jew, so I'm more on the Tommy Robinson and shit, you know. But what I was saying, Dan, you hear me, mate?
I can hear you.
What I was saying is these accusations have been made, okay? You know, that they're not real accusations. They do that to actually try and disrupt stuff, okay? Which they did, okay? The police come in and drag me out, okay? And I've done nothing, okay? Okay, I might have been part of a far-out group holding a Nazi symbol with his cross, okay? Yeah, whatever, okay? And some man just says it, okay? The police just go in and just grab you, and then you got to prove it, okay? There's a person who made the claim. That's fuck all. It's nothing.
That's what seems to be the case
and
more and more these days.
Okay, I had to drive all the way down from Norfolk, right down to bleeding Margate to it's how far back it was. It was a Fiesta 1.1, so
right.
And they awarded me £1,500. So there you go.
Well,
which is about paid for a day of fucking work. Okay, I might travel.
A lot of people now.
And it was stupid, Dan. It was so fucking stupid. It was so insane. There was no proof. Okay, it was pretty obvious the police were fucking surrounded us. Okay, cameras, you know, video cameras on. We couldn't do nothing. Okay, we couldn't fucking breathe.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean. That nowadays it seems that people have to prove their innocence now, rather than the person making a claim proving that they're guilty, which is what it should be. Anybody making a claim should be the one who provides the evidence of that guilt. It shouldn't be down to the person that's being accused to prove they're innocent. But as you've just said, that's exactly what they've done to you. They pulled you in with no evidence against you, in the hope that a judge is going to turn around and take their word for it with no evidence. And unfortunately, what happened to you seems to be happening more and more often nowadays, where people are getting dragged in over something so pathetic, so criminal, but yet they're having then to pay and to prove their innocence against an organisation, i.e. the CPS and the courts, you know, to prove that they haven't committed a crime when they're not even the ones that have made the allegation. It's absolute bollocks, the whole lot of it.
Yeah, it's not that. I was talking to hear what you say, but yeah. What I was saying, this is probably common. It's probably more common than you think. Okay, and this all comes from a crowd. Okay, they can arrest anyone. It looks good for them.
Yeah,
you know that. It looks good for them. Okay? They arrest somebody, but when it's supposed to prove to be so, it doesn't really matter to them. It makes them look good. Okay, on camera. Okay, whether the person they've shoved in their cells for 24 hours, okay, have done anything or not, it doesn't really matter to them. They've done their thing. They've done their bit, mate. Hello, okay, Dan, I can't hardly hear you, okay, on my phone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm still here.
Yeah, mate, yeah, I've got to go, but, you know, Dan, you know, there's lots of people locked up, or maybe not just locked up, but, you know, put through the fucking court system, or even locked up, have done fuck all wrong.
Yeah.
Me off. because the police have got no intelligence. They've got no, the cameras are just pointing at nothing. Okay, so a missile comes across, okay, from some, like, anti-lockdown crowd, whatever. They'll just pick someone out for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay, and these people are put in the fucking mill. They're put hell. Okay, you know what it's like it in social life. Dan, this is really bad. Okay, so I say, I'll go now, right?
No, all right, no worries.
Yeah, I'll speak to you soon. Yeah,
No
well
worries,
done. You're brilliant. Love it.
No worries, thank you. You look after
take care,
yourself.
mate. Yeah, bye.
Ta-da, mate. Bye-bye. Yes, Roger. I didn't want to say anything earlier, but it's kind of been brought up. I hope, obviously, well, I know that you're strong enough to fight anything that's coming your way anyway with regards to health issues. But it wasn't my place to bring it up in the live stream. But as you have, or as it's been discussed in the live stream, I thought I'd have my 2 pence worth there and say, mate, you're going to kick his ass and you'll be all right. And you've got plenty of support from us lot anyway. Thanks to the brandy, Lost Souls. Thanks to the brandy. Oh, there we go. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Dan.
Hello, who's this?
My name's Barry.
Gary?
Yes.
Hello,
sorry.
Gary. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to tell you of an experience I had.
By all means.
Which kind of really changed my perspective as to regards to how I looked upon the police. I've always been a massive police supporter. I always thought, they were there to do good and all the rest that goes with that. But long story short, I found myself ill, quite seriously ill, and I was befriended by someone who was in a military reenactment group.
Okay.
And it was suggested to me that, I'm at a loose end now. I was medically retired. Did I want to take part? So I thought, yeah, why not? It's something I'd never done before. So I got involved and spent a hell of a lot of money buying all this uniform and stuff and wanted to look the part and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, long story short, went to one of these reenactment dues, one where you not just attend during the day, but you actually stay over in the evening.
Okay.
So you end up in different camps. I was dressed up as an American because the rest of the group were American. Turned out that the guy that befriended me was a policeman.
Right.
I got chatting to the people that were sat around the table. They all knew one another. Turned out that they were all policemen. This is not the story. The story starts now.
Right.
So we're all sat there in American uniform in this sort of make-do American camp where they're playing American swing music, 1940s swing music. And so we're kind of sat on this 2 long benches having a beer. And this guy came up in a full SS uniform. So full blacked out SS uniform.
Okay.
Even to the bit where he had the staff, the stick.
Yeah.
And he sat down at the end of the table where there was a bit of space. And I was sitting closest to him. So I sort of nonchalantly said hello, presuming he was German. And he spoke perfect English. Right. And I said, so I started talking to this guy and I said, what's made you come to this camp? Because with these reenactment groups, you actually get sort of a British camp, an American camp, and a German camp. They kind of tend to segregate themselves because of the different music and stuff. Yeah. So this guy said, I know all of these. And I said, you know all these policemen? And he said, yeah. And I said, out of curiosity, how do you know him? He said, I'm a policeman. Right. I said, you're a policeman. I said, how does it wash with you wearing that uniform? And he basically went over and said to me, what they don't know doesn't matter. And I I just thought that was so telling of the type of people that are employed, that are attracted to that job.
Yeah, I think this is sometimes it's the insignificant comments that say the most about some people. What they don't know won't hurt them is a very, as you say, is very telling of the kind of mentality that somebody might have towards something or someone or an organisation in this case. I mean, to be fair, if it was a reenactment, I couldn't, it shouldn't make a difference what you go dressed as. It shouldn't make any difference whatsoever.
I would agree to a degree. But having been to these camps, when you see the German camps, they're all dressed in German uniform. Fair enough, obviously part of the reenactment group. But when they take their t-shirts off and their shirts off on a hot day, and you see all the tattoos, you wouldn't necessarily have that statement.
Okay.
But there was one other occurrence which happened shortly after that, when I was actually around this particular individual's house, and he was physically smashing up cassette tapes,
right?
Audio cassette tapes. And I said to him, "Oh, what are you doing?" And he said, "Oh, I'm just getting rid of some stuff." And I said, "But why are you smashing it up?" He said, "I'll just play you one." And he put it on, and it was SS Nazi marching music. and so this is another policeman, and I said to him, why have you got that? And he said, "Oh, I just collected it." And I wouldn't know where you go to get SS Nazi marching music. You see it on documentaries, obviously, but to have audio tapes of it.
I wonder if the police would arrest you for playing something like that. I mean, I was getting the police outside mine relatively regular because of a woman who lived a couple of doors up from me. I mean, she died a couple of weeks back or a month or two back. But I would, if the police were outside and I had access to that kind of music, just literally for a laugh, I'd play it and see what they did. I can't imagine anybody getting done just for playing.
I think there's all sorts of rules. I did have an occurrence where I saw that video of Tommy Robinson being arrested outside the police station, outside the court for talking about the paedophiles that were being charged on that day.
That's right.
And I got hold of a flag and a flagpole and put it up in my garden. It just said "Release Tommy,"
right,
with a picture of Tommy Robinson. But about four days after I put it up, I had a knock on the door, and it was the council,
right,
telling me that I had to take it down. And I said, "But it's in my garden." And they said, "Yeah, but you're advertising, and unfortunately, it's classed as advertising."
And it brings the tone of the area down as well. They can put what the fuck they want up their flagpoles.
Exactly. I'm the only one in my neighbourhood that flies a Union Jack. So that the flagpole's there for a reason. But so it may be if you played music loud enough, they would class it as broadcasting and have you for that. But I just thought that story was quite apt because I've watched a lot of your stuff and it's very interesting. I mean, I watched that TV series about the police corruption unit.
Right.
I can't remember what it's called. The name escapes me. But that for the BBC to do a TV series over several years all about police corruption, which is ironic, just with the BBC being so corrupt.
I believe that's Avon and Somerset police that they were following. I believe there was.
This is a fictional document, not a document. It's kind of a document. I'm trying to think. Police.
Well, there is one. There is one that they're doing at the moment. I know there's one. One of the TV stations are at the moment working, and I believe it's Avon and Somerset police, working with their professional standards department. And what they're doing is they're creating a docudrama or whatever you want to call it on the disciplinary side of the police.
Yeah.
Now look. You've only got to watch this channel to see what kind of shit goes on. So you know, watching a documentary from the mainstream media, and I think putting that up against what we see and hear on this channel and other channels, I think you're going to see just how biased the mainstream media is going to be. They have to report on some of the stuff that comes through, but when they're working with the police will turn around and say, okay, but you're not allowed to report on that story, on that story, and that story. Those didn't happen, but you can report on this story, and this story, and you'll see that.
I think the biggest issue with the police. Sorry to interject.
No,
the
go for
biggest
it.
issue with the police is the fact that they have an independent body that's not independent, that checks on themselves.
Yeah.
And secondly, if you win a court case against the police, and the police, as an individual, for example, you take someone wrongly arrests you, and the police force is fined, that doesn't affect that individual.
No, of course it doesn't.
And I think that's the problem. I watch a lot of the auditing videos, and you see the way the police carry on there with abusing their powers. And as I say, I'm speaking from a person that was an incredibly supportive individual of the police. And over the last few years, I've completely changed my perspective.
Yeah.
And honestly feel now that the days of 6 foot and fit, they're well long gone.
Oh yeah, of course it is.
You couldn't get less fit individuals being employed. The PCSOs are just toy soldiers. They seem to be just playing at it, and don't seem to understand their real roles.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the recruitment side of things is wrong. I think the internal discipline is wrong. I think the fact that they just get a slap on the wrist and re-educated is wrong. I appreciate that there must be an investment in the individuals, and they must, a huge investment for them to have to disciplinary and dismiss is a cost to them. But at the end of the day, they're doing a very serious job.
Yeah, and
they're given powers that can be very much abused, and unfortunately seem to attract the wrong people. The stories. Is it 7 police forces that are currently on special measures?
6 or 7. It might be 6 and then the Met.
Right. The Met's the biggest police force in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah.
That. I come from the world of business, and for anyone to be put on special measures, next step is dismissal.
Yeah.
So how do you dismiss an entire department, an entire group of policing?
Well, I read a story a couple of months back, I think it was. I read a story about a small sheriff's department in America. I can't remember the name of the place. It was a small sheriff's department, and they had 2 police. Two deputies and a sheriff. Okay. Now, one of the deputies was on suspension, and the other one got fired. Right.
Yeah.
Which left a sheriff. Now, the sheriff obviously is responsible for the 2 deputies. So the sheriff has obviously done a shit job. He's got 2 deputies that have both done something wrong. So the town turned around and said, we need to get rid of them all. We need to get rid of the one that's on suspension, and we need to get rid of the sheriff. But we can't, because the rules are that we cannot sack them whilst one's on suspension and, leave the town with nobody. So what they decided to do was to actually disband the police in their county. Okay, so in other words, they decided that they were not going to have the police in their county anymore. Okay, so there's a rule somewhere that says that they can shut their police service down if they want to. I don't know. This is America, so I don't understand it fully. But there's a rule somewhere that says that they can get rid of their police force if they want to. So they did. A couple of hours later, they recreated a new sheriff's department, because once they'd shut the sheriff's department down, they hadn't sacked the people that were there. They were laid off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to cost them money, obviously. They had to lay them off, but that was the only way that they could get rid of them. Legally, they could not get rid of them any other way, and the only way to start again was to close the sheriff's department down, lay off the sheriff and the deputy who was on suspension, and recreate a new sheriff's department from scratch and hire new people. And I think this is what we're saying, or a lot of people have been saying about the Metropolitan Police. It needs to be disbanded, and again, everybody that's in the Met needs to be fucked off. If they then reapply for a job with the new Metropolitan Police Service, if that was a thing, then they would need to be, anybody that was a previous constable within the police or a higher up, they need to be completely and thoroughly investigated, their past, everything they've done in the past, and if there's any hint of anything wrong, if they've had a disciplinary, if they've been told off, if they've had, complaints about them, all of that kind of stuff should be taken and used to not hire them, and to hire people who can do the actual fucking job.
That exactly happens in business. You'll get a whole company taken over, and the whole department or the whole workforce is dismissed or given redundancy, and then you have to reapply for your position back.
That's it.
And it's happened to me a couple of times. And if you've got any skeletons in your closet, you're not going to get your job.
No,
and it's one way to clear the slate, I guess.
It's what needs doing. In my opinion, it's what needs doing. There's far too many that have got away with hidden offences that haven't yet come to light, because they haven't done something serious enough for it to be brought to light yet, but have got multiple, shall we say, marks against their name, disciplinaries, being told off, having words of advice, all that kind of thing, or X amount of complaints. Because it seems to me that even if a copper gets complaints, they could have 10, 15, 20 complaints, and until something is upheld, which, let's face it, the police force will try not to uphold a complaint because it looks bad on them. So until something is upheld, then these people can carry on getting away with doing stuff and just racking up complaint after complaint after complaint.
Are you victimised, do you think? Do they go out their way to track you down and give you a hard time because of your channel?
I don't go out enough for them to. I don't. Listen, especially since the strokes, I very rarely go out. Moving around is not very easy for me at the time being. So I sort of, anywhere I go, I have to go in a taxi these days. So I kind of, if I'm going somewhere, I sort of nip there in a taxi, jump out, do what I need to do, and nip back home in a taxi. So I'm not out enough for them to, to worry about, or for me to worry about them.
Do you feel like your channel's monitored?
Oh, I know the channel's been looked at in the past. I've been told by serving police that they've used some of my older videos as training in their briefings. And that's come from serving police, and that was before I started doing the reports. This was when I was doing what I used to do when I started the channel, which was going through interactions that people have had and uploaded, and then going through the legislation and kind of breaking it down on what's gone on here, what's gone on there, what should have been done, what shouldn't have been done. And I've been told that they've used some of those videos, so I know the police know who I am, and we're not just talking about local police. I know that police in Manchester know who I am. I know the police down in Dorset police know who I am, definitely now. But it's
definitely a rabbit hole, because once you start putting your head down and having a look, you get sucked into try, looking and seeing what else is going on, and then you start to notice, as you say, only the stories in the little local papers never seem to get to the national papers. And it is I don't know. I mean, I'm of a certain age where it seems that things have got really bad now. And I'm not sure how much worse they can get before someone actually decides that enough's enough. But yeah, the police have definitely lost my my support in regards to how it was before. And I say I come from an age as a child when you feared the police, but for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons.
Oh, I did. I've said this before on the channel. When I was younger, I used to play on a bit of grass at the end of my road. There was a sign saying no ball games.
Yeah.
Local Bobby would walk down the road, and we'd see him 2 or 3 times a day, and he'd walk down the road. He'd walk past where we was playing football on the grass. Sometimes we'd kick the ball over to him, and to be fair, he was pretty good at keeping up his. And he'd kick the ball back to us and say to us, "Be careful of the road. Don't kick the ball near the roads. Don't run out in the roads. Stay safe." And off he'd go. Even though now, if that was kids these days, police would stop and go, "Wait, there's a sign there that says don't play football. Now fuck off."
Yeah.
And that's the kind of attitude that they've got now.
Yeah, no social interaction, and what interaction they do have is always of a negative stance.
Yeah. Yeah, it's.
Well, I'll leave you be. Let someone else. I'll leave you be. Let someone else come through. But nice talking to you.
No worries. Yeah, listen. Thank you very much for your call. Much appreciated. I need to go for another wee. I don't often have a drink of alcohol, but now I've only had 3 glasses, but it's going through me like God knows what. So, but listen, thank you again for your call. Much appreciated. And feel free to call in again in the future or jump in the comments and have a debate. You're always welcome.
All right. Good evening.
All right. You take care of yourself. Right. Sorry, guys. I've got to go for another piss. I have, Tiff. I have broken the seal. I don't know what's going on, but it's going right through me. So give us a second. Don't worry. I'll mute it so you don't hear anything. And we're back. Before I put that back on, now, bearing in mind, I take it you can all hear me okay. Bearing in mind that I do not. Hold on. Hold your horses. I don't know why that was doing that. Right, bearing in mind that I know that, well, and I don't really want to bring this up, but One Woman Vigilante, I know that she has a thing for me and Tina and several other people in this community. What I mean by that is that I don't go over to her channel. I don't make videos about her, and I don't go over to her channel and watch her stuff on a regular basis. Don't get me wrong, occasionally I'll go over and I'll flip through her videos and see what she's been saying about me, because she literally cannot go a video without mentioning me, Tina Chave, or this community, which is really annoying, to be honest, considering I don't give her any reason to keep going on about us. You know, I could, on a weekly basis, I could get her videos. I could create my own video, you know, reacting to her videos. That would then give her more fuel to then come back at me with and attack me. But I don't bother about it, because I couldn't give a shit what she says or what she does, because unfortunately Bryony has it in her head that, for example, she keeps going on about how I and Tina have threatened her. What she hasn't mentioned or put into context, that it wasn't a threat that she's trying to make it sound like. It's not a threat of harm. It's not a threat like that whatsoever. It was a legal threat. It was a genuine legal threat. A letter before action can come from anybody. A letter before action doesn't have to come from a solicitor. Anybody can write a letter before action. And what that does is that then informs the person that you're sending the letter before action that they are complicit in a course of action that is going to see them in court. And should they cease and desist, then it won't go that far. But if they continue, then this letter is a warning that we will take further action. That is the threat that she goes on about. However, she completely overlooks all of that information whatsoever, and she just says, threatened me, they threatened me, Tina's threatened me, Dan's threatened me. And she does it in a way that makes it sound like she's actually been threatened, and she hasn't. This video that Tiffany's just put in the comments a few minutes ago, that she's on one. She's on a bit of a rampage. So I've just opened that. I've literally just opened that video now. And what I was going to do is I was going to play it on here while we're all watching. And every time she says police abusing powers or Dan, I was going to have a swig. And I bet you by the time at the end of this video, I'll be pissed out of my head, because she cannot get over it. I know the girl's got a lot of things going on in her life, and I don't doubt that some of them are very serious. But a lot of the stuff that Bryony is going through is, however, brought on by herself, by the way that she reacts to things. It's hard to explain. I don't want to knock the girl, right? Because she's clearly got some issues that she needs dealing with. We have tried to help her with some of those issues. not a single person has promised under condition of payment, and that's quite important, but not a single person has promised under condition of payment to fix her problems for her. I offered a shoulder to cry on. I offered an ear to bend. Okay. I said to her, look, call me. If you need help, call me. I will listen to you. Right. That in many ways is what a lot of people need. They just need to be heard. And just by being heard, that can help them overcome the crisis that they're going through at that time. That is what I offered. Tina offered to try and assist Bryony. From my understanding, and I'm sorry, Tina, if I'm wrong, I'll try not to be, but obviously, you know, data protection and all that stuff, you haven't told me the stuff that you've discussed with Bryony, and to be fair, I don't want to know. But what I do know is that Tina offered to try and help Bryony, and Bryony did not like or did not want to accept the recommendations that Tina was making. For example, I don't know, one of the things that Bryony goes on about is being homeless, for example. Now, let's say, for example, Tina turned around and said, right, what you need to do is you need to get yourself into a property somewhere. So this is what you do. Go and do this, that, and the other. Now, Bryony might not have wanted to hear that. Therefore, she's going to say, you haven't helped me. And that's exactly what she's been doing. Because it's not the help that Bryony wants. It might be the help that Bryony needs, but it's not the help that Bryony wants or expects. Then everybody's failed her, and it's everybody else's fault. Rather than thinking to herself, well, actually, they told me to do some stuff. I did do that stuff, and I'm still where I was. You know, there has to come a point where you've got to sit there and think, hang on a minute, I'm the common denominator here. All these people that have wanted to help me that I now hate, why did they not help me? Oh, actually, they tried to, but I refused all of their help. You know, and this is an issue that we have with Bryony, and unfortunately, she cannot see it. She cannot understand it. She can't grasp the concept that she is the one that needs to take the action. All anybody else can do is advise her and try and guide her. But if she refuses to do what is necessary of herself to be doing, then she is not going to get anywhere. Definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and over again, but expecting different results. If you look at what Bryony's been doing, she does the same thing with everybody. Okay, she'll befriend somebody. That person is then their best buddy, you know, and they're going to help me do this. They're going to help me do that. The next thing you know, it's all gone tits up, and she's then attacking that person who was supposed to be trying to help her. But again, why would that be? I mean, I'm not trying to talk bad about Bryony, by the way. I'm just trying to be honest with you. But as Lost Souls Paranormal's just said there in the comments, video of Bryony's last week said that people like me cause cancer, Alzheimer's, and dementia. People like me are no better than paedophiles. And that's a hard thing for me to say on here, because just by saying that word in the sentence about, relating to myself is bad. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to say that. So that's hard, but that's what she said about me. She said that I shouldn't have children. What else was there? criminal, you know, talking about my mental health as well. Oh yeah, that's right. Apparently I lied about having a stroke. And she said that a couple of times in her recent videos. Apparently I've read about having strokes. You know, which I certainly wouldn't expect somebody that I've said anything bad about to say about me. It's genuinely shocking how some people can turn the way that some people turn, especially when I've spent hours, and I mean hours, trying to help that woman on the phone. Phone calls of 4 hours long. A couple of those calls. You know, I must have been on the phone to her for 15, 16 hours in total. That's 2 working days, 2 non-stop, full working days, non-stop. Talking to Bryony on the telephone in my spare time. But yet I'm an arsehole because she refuses to accept the help that people have tried to give her. It's fucking shocking, really. Genuinely fucking shocking. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is I'll tell you what we're going to do is I'm going to open the phone lines again. We're going to take one more call. And then we'll open the panel up. So 01515289590, or if you're already on Skype and you're logged in, search for Dan Papp, look for my channel logo. That'll be me. Give me a shout, share a story, whistleblow. I'm still waiting for whistleblowers on this channel. Talk shit, talk about what you want, or if you just want to phone up and slag me off, then by all means, come and phone up and slag me off. 015199598. There we go. Hello, good evening and welcome. Can you turn your sound down, please?
Hi there.
Hello, who's this?
Oh yeah, hi. Hi Dan. New time caller.
Another one. I'll tell you what, we've had an absolute rocket tonight of people that have phoned up that have been first time callers. Welcome. Thank you for calling.
Cheers, mate. Okay, quick story. A few years back, I was wrongly arrested, carted off in a van across about 80 miles across rural country, mid Wales, and the police ignored my disability.
Okay.
Handcuffed me, threw me in a cage in the back. The driver drove like an idiot, showing off to the female passengers, female colleague. And I was sliding backwards and forwards across the van in all my vomit. Had some sort of, I couldn't breathe, like I was winded.
Right.
And thought my time was up. Smacked my head against the van, managed to get a breath, basically saved my life. I ended up suing. Luckily, the female officer did a statement against the driver. Hope she didn't get bullied for that, but who knows. And I ended up suing them. They gave me hell for a few years, tried to force me out of my home. All sorts of things happened, took my car off me for a few months. Searched my home, implied that I was going to plant drugs next time. I knew what I needed to do, that I needed to drop the legal case against them.
Yeah.
They tried everything. I had hell for a few years. They arrested me numerous times. All sort of things went on. And anyway, they in the end, they sort of coerced me into admitting to something I hadn't done. And I ended up in prison for quite a while. I quashed the conviction. I suffered horrendous in prison because of my disability.
Mm-hmm.
And I quashed the conviction. Tried to sue them. I won the case against the police, but I didn't get the compensation I should have got. I believe the legal firm, and I believe this goes on, still going on today, but the legal firm sort of have an understanding with the police forces that they are suing, that scratching each other's back, that you know, we'll make lots of legal aid money, and we keep the cost down of the claim, sort of thing. I do believe that what went on. So
doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Most of them, you know, maybe not the lowly plod, the lowly man on the street plod, or woman, whatever you want to call them, but most certainly the sergeants, the chief inspectors, the superintendents, and the rest of them are all and the briefs are all part of the same lodge. So of course, you know, they go and I believe that the Freemasons oath is something to do with is protecting your brother, literally forsaking everything else. So, you know, regardless of your job, regardless of anything else, your main priority is to your Freemason brother. And so that does not bother me. Does not surprise one little bit that there is, you know, something going on behind the scenes that I'll sort
out.
You
Absolutely.
know, we've got to make
it didn't stop there, Dan. It didn't stop there. I because I didn't get the compensation I should have got, like exemplary damages, I tried to sue the legal firm, and they wouldn't release my file. They wouldn't hand my file over to another solicitors. They basically held on to it, protecting them, you know, protecting the police and God knows themselves as well. But so anyway, I went to court recently to try and get my file, to request that the court order the defendants to hand my file over.
Yeah.
And I get completely abused in court by the judge, who this was exceptional bad behaviour, abusing my disability, wouldn't stop me giving evidence, insulted me, mocked me, lectured me. I actually I had to leave the court building. I'm a pretty thick-skinned guy. I've had disability all my life. Disabilities, I've got mental health issues as well, on top of a certain disability. Fibromyalgia, never heard of that. But so yeah, I had to leave the court building. It was so bad, the conduct of the judge. Now the court is protecting the judge. I'm trying to get a recording of the hearing, audio recording. They're refusing to release it. Trying the JCIO complaints process. That's not fit for practice. That's not an independent public body, as it should be. It's basically run by the courts and the judicial institution. So anyway, I'm rambling on about my story.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey. You know, I'm trying to get compensation I should be entitled to, and now the police won't investigate the judge. Now that's wrong, I feel, because let's face it, Boris was investigated by the police, and many of his staff. And you know, where does a judge stand? There's a judge above the Prime Minister? I don't think so. So why won't the police investigate the judge?
Because the police might end up in court with that judge trying a case that they are a part of in the future, and they don't want the judge to remember them and turn around and think, "Oh, you little bastard, you tried to stitch me up, so we're going to have you for that and teach you a lesson." So it's all about scratching each other's back, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not backing down from this. You know, Judges are getting worse. I think it was Mr. Davis, the MP. He last year he raised concerns about judges getting worse. Basically, judges are rebelling against more and more people being self-represented because they have to be, because the sheer greed of lawyers and legal aid's been smothered. So yeah, I mean, it's really peeing me off right now that the police are refusing to investigate a judge when they clearly investigate the Prime Minister. So yeah.
Well, that's all that whole thing about the Prime Minister was all to do with publicity and to make it look like the police wanted people to think that they were doing something when we all knew they weren't. Whatever was going to happen wasn't going to be fucking any sanctions, and it wasn't. We all knew that, but they did it as a show to the public to go, oh look, we are listening to you. You can trust us to do what you want us to do because we're investigating the Prime Minister. When anybody that's got an ounce of fucking grey matter between their ears knew that fuck all was going to happen anyway. It's all just a shit show, whole thing.
Absolutely, yeah, but like I say, I'm going to carry on this campaign to try and get a judge accountable and try and get a compensation when told to, but
well, it's just
a tough journey.
Just as a quick one, the other channel, the Independent Media Alliance, what we're discussing and what we're exposing over there is about a situation that's been going on for a minimum of 7 years, and this extended family member has been fighting police and crime commissioner, councils, MPs, county councillors, NHS. She's been fighting all of these people, and it's taken her some 7 years or thereabouts to get to a point now where we're starting to see some traction, but she has never given up. And this is what I say to people, although it might seem like a tough struggle, okay, the police know that lots of people give up because of the time they can string it out for, and a lot of people go, oh, this isn't worth it. It's always worth it in the context of getting justice. It is always worth it, and you although it might seem a tough struggle, it only takes one person in the right profession to hear your plea and say, I can help that person. And if you give up, you'll never find that person. Like our client, she kept going. 7 years later, she found this channel. She called me, spoke to me. A couple of months later, Mike, just a random subscriber, phoned in. Oh yeah, I'm a private investigator, blah blah blah. I didn't think at first, it didn't click. It took a couple of months for me to get in touch with him and say to him, listen, you're a private investigator, anything you can do. Now he's taken his case on and he's running with it, and we're starting to see people quaking in their boots, and we're going to start seeing people being held accountable. But if she'd have given up, last year before that, she wouldn't be anywhere near getting where she needs to be, which is safeguarding these kids. So giving up isn't an option. When you're after justice, giving up is not an option. So fair play to you for continuing.
Cheers for that. Yeah, it's not an option for me to give up. It's not in my nature.
Right.
I will get justice.
And I hope you do.
Okay.
Genuinely hope you do.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
No worries at all. Thank you for the call, and feel free to call in again sometime.
Yeah, will do. Cheers, mate.
Right, you look after yourself. Bye now. All right, last call before I wrap the calls up. Hello, caller.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Hello, not so bad. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. God, that sounded really camp, didn't it? Oh, hello.
If you want to be that way, it's 20 euros. That's worth more than £1.
20 euros?
How you doing, Dan? God bless you.
I remember who you are. I do remember. It's only because I saw your name pop up in the comments earlier, and then I recognised your name then as well. So how you doing, mate? I'm all right. I'm good. I'm doing all right. How are you?
So Sunday night, having a drink. God, I only come in here when I've had a drink. But anyway, listen.
Well, you're not the only one.
What are you drinking, rum?
Say again.
What you want, rum?
Oh no, God no, brandy. All I drink is brandy, really.
That's right. Yeah, I know. We had this discussion once before about 4 o'clock in the morning when your mates on the sofa behind you once. It was a fucking mental night. But anyway, listen. So, hello, Silas. Oh, I can see in the chat log. Right, so, talking of drinking, right? So, me and you, we meet in a bar, and I put on the bar for you a pint, 2 pints. One's a pint of piss, one's a pint of shit. What are you going to have? You got a choice. You got to have either one or the other. pint of piss or a pint of shit?
Can't I just go home?
No, there's no choice. You got a choice. Well, I say there's no choice. You got to choose one of them.
Oh, fucking hell. If there was a gun to my head and I had to choose one or the other, it's got to be a pint of piss.
Yeah, same as, mate. I'll choose the same as you. Birds of a feather, eh? Now, that's what I'm leading on to now, right? So we got what's going on in the country right now with this leadership fucking contest. Don't everyone shoot me down in the chat log and that. You all know me. Right, so we got Boris come back and he's going to go into it. Boris is a pint of piss, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And Sunak is a pint of fucking steaming hot, fucking clogged up with peanuts and fucking bits of sweet corn in it. Shit. Now, Boris has just jumped out. I don't know if you know this.
What about coming back for another try? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did say that earlier that he's just come back from the Caribbean or something, hasn't he?
Well, he's come back from the Caribbean, the most anticipated flight into the UK.
Yeah.
That's more than fucking Santa on Christmas Eve. Anyway, so basically what's happening is, right, is that he's jumped out apparently. There's a choice now, either Sunak or Penny Mordaunt. And I'm no disrespect to women, right, because what they've done with Trust, you know, they kind of like put on a slate, didn't they? So for women at the moment, I don't think we can have another a female PM for a long time. And I'm not being discriminatory or being narcissistic or feministic or anything like that when I say that. It's just the way it is. So I'm pretty 100% sure that guaranteed that Sunak is going to get in now. And he's a fucker. He's a fucker. People have got. I'll tell you what. In England, I think people have got a goldfish brain. He's a fucker. They've got into this mess with all the money he dished out, and people seem to forget as well his past history. Some of the reasons why he made so much money. I don't know if you remember this, right? What was it? Back in about 2006, 8, 9. Do you remember the banking collapse with the Scottish Bank and all that kind of stuff? And the Royal Bank of Scotland, that's what it was, right? And the government bailed them out. He was part of that. About 48 billion pounds worth of government. And he was part of that. And that's how he made most of his fortune.
Right.
For misfortunes of others. People are forgetting all these things, right? And I'll tell you what, like, it's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. He's now the next Prime Minister. And if you listen to the local radio stations lately, right, they've been saying, well, if you don't vote for Sunak like before, you're racist. It's nothing about being racist. It's about being...
It's about who can,
values.
and
then
it's
they
about
say
who can do the fucking job. That's what it should be about.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be about same as I've said before about every other thing that people bring race into. It makes no fucking difference where you come from, providing that you 100% commit yourself to the job and you can do the job. It makes no fucking difference.
I mean, there was a woman. Do you remember? I cannot remember her name. Somebody in chat box, please, if you can. It's a black woman. I can't remember what her name is. She put her name into the hat when we had the last contest. And I really liked her. I thought she was really... I think she's from Brixton or somewhere like that. Just a normal person like the rest of us that has had struggles with bills and brought up in an environment. And she knew what it's like to walk down the street and worried about getting stabbed or robbed and everything. She was really nice. I liked her.
You're not talking about Diane Abbott, are you?
Oh, you're joking sometimes. I can't remember what her name was now. Somebody in chat, please. I'm looking. And she was really good. She seemed to be, forget about whatever colour you are, where you come from, that. She seemed to know what life was really all about. Demi, was it Demi? Yeah, it might have been, actually. But anyway, Sunak, like they're saying, I've been listening to the radio stations, and they're saying, trying to like praise them up and that, saying you're racist if you don't vote for him. He was born in Britain, he had an English education. But the thing is, right, he was second generation. or first generation, second generation. So you got to remember, like, his parents come over here. They have that kind of. You cannot say that he wasn't programmed with those kind of, like those values from his other previous country that his parents come from. I'm not being nasty when I say that, and that's why people like Boris. Because all right, he's a bit of a buffoon, but that's one of the things we liked about him. He was a bit of a fucking idiot, like the rest of us.
Yeah,
like to have a laugh and just get on with things. I mean, when he was mayor of London, I mean, I used to like going up there, but now look at the mayor of London. What we got going on now, allowing things like hate crimes going on, where these al-Quds were chanting in the streets that they should kill all the Jews and murder them, sit their throats and rape them, and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm just saying, right? It's just
but that's the thing. It's okay. It's okay, providing it's not white British men that have an issue with other cultures. Then it's all fair game. Otherwise,
there's just no need for it all. I mean, we look all the things we got going on at the moment. Like now, police in Leicestershire are on a high alert because of the Muslims and the Hindus over a cricket match.
Yeah,
and then people think, oh yeah, immigration is good for us. They're going to come over here and they're going to leave all their problems back in their country. It's not the same thing. But I'm diversifying. But going back to the main story of the day is that if Rishi Sunak gets in, and I think he is going to get in, he doesn't have our best interests at heart. Like I said to you before, when he was Chancellor, he'd give out all these billions and trillions, whatever it was. I had a mate of mine, God rest his soul, he's dead now. He's from Portugal. He came to England. Really nice guy. I've got to give him credit where credit is due. And he worked for Amazon, and he set up his own business. So he's a pyramid scheme for drivers. He got sacked for having a few things away from there. Then he buggered off over to Germany. And while he was in Germany, when they had this thing where you can claim for your businesses and that, he made out that he's still employed for Amazon. He got 70 grand.
Right.
He got given 70 grand. He told me at first that he won the lottery. I looked at him. I won't say his name, but I said, no, he didn't. Come on, tell the truth. He got it. And he didn't have to pay it back. And there's so many other people I know that, foreigners and people in England that have scammed the system. And that's why we're in such an economic mess at the moment. All that money that Sunak gave out with no guarantees. I mean, you go to the bank now. Danny, and say, listen, Matt, I want to do my flat up. I want to get a new car. I've had a few things health-wise, blah, 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 blah. What are they going to tell you? Yeah. Foxtrot offer. Oscar.
Tough.
They ain't going to help you. So, that's what I'm saying. It's going to happen, isn't it? Sunak is our next Prime Minister.
I think. Well, I think what we need to do is, I think we need to get as many, all the people in the UK, right, that have had enough, right, and I think we should all just fuck off over to another country and take that country over, right, by force if need be. We take that country over, and we make it our own fucking country, and we do things with some common sense, I was talking to someone the other day about how. No, earlier today, I think it was, about how years ago, like medieval times here in the UK, if somebody had a problem, you'd go to the king. You'd go to the king and you'd say, King, this person said that I'd done X, Y, Z. The king and his council would then determine who they believed to be, at fault. And it didn't cost anybody anything either, right? But nowadays, you've got these people with their own political agendas. A king got no political agenda, doesn't need to have a political agenda. He already fucking runs everything and owns everything. But then when you start bringing in the lords and the lairds and all the rest of it, and that you start giving them the power to deal with stuff, which is how all of this shit with Parliament and that came upon us.
Yeah,
start giving the power to all these other people to make the decisions. They've all got their own political allegiances and the rest of it, their own agendas, and this is why things have all gone to shit. If people now lose the chance to get justice because of other people's agendas. People can't go to court. Like, people start slagging you off. You can't go to the king and say, King, this person said that I did this to their sister or brother or mother or whatever. And the king looks at the evidence and says one way or the other, and it costs you nothing, because the king just wants peace and quiet throughout the kingdom. Now, they don't care about peace and quiet throughout the kingdom. All they want is they want people to be fighting against each other. They want there to be unrest, because it keeps everybody busy, whilst the people are dipping around in the till and doing whatever the fuck they're doing behind our back. And we've got no idea that it's going on, because we're too busy fighting with each other in the streets.
You know, it's not that much, Danny. It's divide and conquer. It's the golden rule. It works every time. Look at everything that's on in England. You know, like the leave or remain. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Vote Labour, vote Conservative. And have a jab, don't have a jab. You know, support this, support that. It's all about dividing us. If you divide us, then we're easier to control.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking madness, isn't it? It's just genuinely fucked up. Although,
and that's for the king. The king's thought, I mean, well, this is my view. I don't know. I just think that old Charlie boy should have advocated and given it part straight onto Will. But that's my opinion.
Oh, he's wanted to see all his fucking life, and even if he only got it for a little while, he weren't going to give it up. He weren't going to fucking let it pass him and go to William. You know,
and who doesn't want to be a king?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what, you know. Even if it's only for a short while, you know, even if it's only for 44 days. Sorry, Truss.
Elected.
But you know, even if it's only for 44 days, he can turn around and say he was the king. You know, and you know, anybody would fucking give you know, would love to be able to say that kind of thing. But you know, unfortunately, I don't listen. The royal family to me is of no importance. So, you know, I've had this conversation with people. Some people have called me an arsehole for it, but it's my opinion. I don't think the royal family have done much for this country. I don't think that they're not needed. All they do now is create a revenue stream for tourists, and that's about it. You know.
I mean, I did like the Queen. She's kind of like, you know, stayed middle of the road, didn't you know, dodge or anything like that, and I don't know.
Yeah, but she could have stepped. My point is though, is that the royal family, whoever was ruling at the time, when these things go to get royal assent, for example, the legislations and stuff, when it goes to get royal assent, right? Do you really think the Queen sits there and reads through it all? No, she fucking doesn't. Of course she doesn't. Right? She's not going to sit there and read through an entire fucking, you know, 60 chapter piece of legislation and come to a determination on it. All she's going to do, she's going to get one of her fucking minions to, or she would have got one of her minions to go, right, what does it say? Well, overview, X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Right, yeah, fuck it, go on, sign. There is things that she could have turned around and said, no, bollocks. We're not fucking doing that, because that is a breach of people's human rights, no matter how you try and sugarcoat it. And she did nothing. She did none of that. That's my issue, you know. But again, that's just my opinion based on what I know. I could be wrong, but again, somebody might know more about her than I do, and whatever their opinion is their opinion. But we've all got our opinions, and our opinions are based on what we know at any given time. And to me, that means that every opinion is valid. But some people don't like the sound of that, so they attack people's opinions.
No, listen, free speech, mate. I mean, we don't all debate with each other without going into meltdown like these fucking lefties and stuff, and screaming and going to our safe space and going to the fetal position. We'll never ever get anything resolved.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
I don't know how people feel in the chat. I mean, me right now, I'm absolutely politically in limbo, and I got 5 kids, as I said before, and my wife's saying to me, "Well, we got to get out of this country," and I quite well. I mean, I'd like to go down to the Isle of Wight, because I go down there quite often. It's a nice country. It's a nice place to go to. A nice country. Do you know what? Right? It really is a nice country, because it's so 1950s Britain. People are polite to you. They say good morning, good afternoon. When you're going down a country lane, they always lift their hand up to say thank you for pulling over.
Yeah.
But the trouble is with the Isle of Wight, what you wouldn't believe is, there's 40% of children living in poverty down there. 40%
Really?
of children on the island living in poverty. So we're thinking about Spain. I want to move down to Spain. It's cheap down where we go to, south of Alicante. But then you've got the thing with the, the health service and stuff like that. And then, do you know what? I even thought to myself, fuck it, I might go to Russia. At least I keep warm over there. It's just, I don't know how everyone else is feeling in a chat. This is just, everything seems to be broken. I'm sorry to get like a Dido record here where you're going to start carving up and have a glass of red wine. But everything seems to be broken in England right now. NHS, the police, everything else. It's just fucked, isn't it? The streets, all the stabbings, or immigration.
Rather than trying to fix it, they try and cover it. It's like they're trying to put a Band-Aid on a fucking chopped off head. They're trying to put a plaster on a severed limb, and it's not going to work. All they're trying to do is cover up fuck-ups by creating more things to fuck up.
Smoke and mirrors. Always down smoke and mirrors.
Never fixing an issue. It's always about, right, we'll just stick a Band-Aid on that for the moment, even though it's glaringly obvious as that ain't going to fucking work. We'll stick a Band-Aid on it for now. Do something else. Take their mind off of that fucking Band-Aid for a little while, and, we'll be okay. And we'll create another fucking reason for them to think about something else when the time comes. That's all, it's all they're doing, isn't it? It's fucking shocking.
Oh, that thing I spoke to you before about that Lee Croucher, the girl, Leah Croucher. Remember about it?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, well, they just announced big news that they found her in a loft. But they're still not revealing that they found her in a loft of the boyfriend. If anybody else here in the chat hasn't heard this story before. So basically, this girl that got murdered in 2019, and they're trying to blame it on this paedophile that hanged himself in the same year that had access to the house, but they didn't. What they're not revealing is that she was seeing a much older married man of a religion of peace,
right? And
she was going to reveal herself to the family, and he basically said if she says anything, I'm going to bury her. Shortly afterwards, she died. She's gone missing, rather. And the house that they found her in is owned by the parents of the guy that she was having an affair with.
That's right. I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, it's still not come out yet. Anyway, did you ever get hold of Jamie?
No, I forgot to phone him. You've literally just reminded me. I completely forgot. And do you know what? The thing is, I don't know if you can. I've got it. I've got it there. Call Jamie. Call Tina. And call Bumblebee. And I've forgotten to call Bumblebee, and I've forgotten to call Jamie.
I'll give you a bit of word of advice. Tattoo on a forehead backwards always works.
I need to do something because I just forget so fucking easily. But,
well, it's good to speak to you. I'm going to shoot off. I'm going to let some other people get on a chat.
Yeah, no, I'm getting panel open now anyway because it's 10:30. Got till about 12 o'clock. So I want to get a panel open and get a few peeps on that way. But thanks for the call.
Oh no, thank you for letting me up here.
You're more than welcome.
With my depressing news. But anyway, sorry guys in the chat if I'm being depressing. It's just bit concerned. No, it's not my one. That's right. I saw my kids coming in. I think I'm on the channel. But it's just nice I just want to get a feel of the country and see how people are feeling about what's going on right now.
Yeah. No, maybe if you jump back on later, maybe you can jump on a panel. There'll be a few people on there that I'm sure would answer, that would enjoy discussing that with you. All
right. Listen, thank you very much, Danny.
You're welcome.
I'll see you a little while later. So take care, guys, in the chat. Thanks for putting up with me, as always. I am a patriot. You got to do it. Right, you take care. See you later, guys. Love you all.
Take it easy. Ta-da, mate. Hello. 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 Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. Good evening.
Hello, mate.
Hello. 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 Good evening. And welcome. Well, that didn't work. Right. Guys, that's I would have taken that call. Didn't seem to be a bit of connection there. So yeah, so we're going to leave that one there. We're going to leave the calls there for now. We're going to open the panel in just a moment. I just want to go through some of these comments. PS and I abusing their powers said half an hour ago nearly. Do you know the police are not allowed to handcuff you unless you are going to assault them? I believe the handcuffs are well, if they put handcuffs on you, it's classed as assault. You could only assault people if you are in fear that they are going to assault you immediately or are assaulting you. So the only defense that you got for assault is, as I say, under common law, is you can use a preemptive assault on them if you genuinely believe they are imminently going to assault you, or if they are assaulting you at that time. So, yes, police are not supposed to use their handcuffs on anybody. However, they will, using this thing now that's been allowed too many times. Oh, but I don't know who they were. They might have assaulted me. Well, might have means fuck all when it comes down to the basics of law. Might have done something means nothing. I might have murdered somebody last night. What, am I going to get arrested for that? No, they can't. They can't arrest me for something I might have done. You know, they can't assault me for something I might have done. Yeah, they have to do me for something that they know I've done or I'm about to do. So yeah, when it's so when it comes to handcuffing, yeah, they're not supposed to use their handcuffs even on people simply just to search them, because there has to be an element that, well, in law, there has to be an element that you are imminently going to assault them and they are in genuine fear that they're going to be assaulted. But because of this, but I don't know who they are. They're bigger than me. Well, fucking start hiring, proper police again. All of that bullshit has been allowed to slide for too long that it's now become commonplace. So every time a copper goes, I can handcuff this person and just lie and say I thought they might have assaulted me if I didn't, so that's, I know that they're not allowed to handcuff you, but unfortunately they do. What else have we got here? Bloody hell, because there's an awful lot of comments. Christ, there's fucking loads of comments. Dear God. Bushka, thank you so much. If you provide your name and address and it is confirmed, do the police have the power to arrest you for not providing a phone number? I do not believe that giving a phone number is part of any of the general legislation, at least. So normally it's name, address and date of birth. Sometimes it's name and address. I think Section 50 of the Police Reform Act doesn't require all three, so let me just double check. Section 50 of the Police Reform Act is just name and address. Okay, so Section 50 of the Police Reform Act, you can be arrested if you fail to give your name and address. Other legislation asks for your name, address, and date of birth. But I don't believe that I've come across anyway that they can require a telephone number. I don't believe there's anything out there that requires them or that requires you to offer a telephone number. So I would say with some confidence that they can't arrest you for not providing a phone number, although you would need to seek specialist legal advice on that. But I'm pretty certain that they can't arrest you for not giving a phone number. I mean, if you're going to give a copy of the phone number, the best thing to do is give them a phone number, give them their missus' phone number or their boyfriend's phone number. Go, yeah, I've got a phone number. Here you go. And as they're writing it down, they'll be thinking, oh, it's fucking very similar to her indoors. Fuck me, that's uncanny. 8 of the 11 numbers are just like hers indoors. Hang on a fucking minute. But obviously we wouldn't know their partner's phone numbers. Right. Right, okay, folks. So pinned message. If you want to jump on the panel, pinned message is there. Feel free. Again, please understand and please remember that not everybody will be able to get onto the panel. I will do my best to try and rotate people out. But if you come on too late on the panel, then rather than just get you on for sort of 2 or 3 minutes or whatever, then which is going to be completely pointless. Bearing in mind, I'm going to be shutting this down at about 12-ish. So if you want to come on, then please try and come on as early as possible. And I'll try, as I say, I'll try and rotate through people and sort of get as many people on as I can. Yes, Lost Soul Paranormal. I will. Sorry. Roger, give us a thumbs up, my friend. Lovely. Tina, give us a wave with your right hand. There we go.
Hi, Roger. Hi, Dan.
How are you? Doing well, thank you. Roger, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad.
Good. How's
if my Wi-Fi starts skipping again, and it's bad, I'll drop out of the panel, go back in the chat. But we're getting it sorted next month. We're going up to 500 gig. Yeah.
Well.
Good evening, Norman.
Right, we've got DJ Sonic in the back there as well. Sonic, just favour, put your penis away. I don't want to see that. No, touch your nose. Touch your nose. Not with your penis.
Yeah, you're just jealous it's that fucking big.
Oh, so jealous. So
Hello,
jealous.
Keith. If you can make a fortune on Pornhub.
That's all right, mate. When I get tired, I just whip it out and just lean on it.
Yeah. Well, I've been invited to a Halloween fancy dress costume this year. I was going to go as a petrol pump and stick my cock in my ear.
Mental. My God.
So, Tina, how are you, my dear? I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, it's all right. I was just taking a piss.
I'm absolutely fine. Got my 5-year mammogram clear. I've been clear of cancer now for 5 years. Woohoo! So
brilliant.
Yay!
Excellent. Glad
so I got
to hear.
that sorted out on Monday last week. I had to go up to the hospital and get me boobs squished again. That's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. Horrible. So, yes. Thanks for saying that right about you know who. Well, I'm going to say it, Bryony. So I've got a message. Yeah. If you think I lied to you under any stage, I give you permission to show my emails and text messages to your public. Back it up with truth. Get the emails up that were shared between us. I've got the same copies here, and I give you permission to put it online. So you want to accuse me of giving you details that were wrong? Stick it up. Play the game.
Fair enough. Hiya, Angela. I see you sneaking around in the comments there. No, that's absolutely right. You know, I mean, I didn't want to bring it. I didn't want to bring it up tonight. I didn't.
I know, mate. I know, but it does get tedious. It's baiting. All she's doing is baiting.
Normally, as you know, normally I just ignore what she's getting up to, and I don't pay attention to it. Now and again, when I've got a bit of free time, I'll think to myself, "Oh, I wonder what she has said about me," and I'll go over there and I'll flick through and have a watch and whatever. But the way that I deal with it is rather than getting upset with her, rather than getting annoyed and retaliating by making videos about her, which I could do. I could do a video. Every video she's done, I could do a reaction video to it.
But she's even accusing me of having a YouTube channel and sending my people on my channel after her. I don't have a YouTube channel. What the hell?
Yeah. But I'll say I could do a reaction video to every video that she's got. She'd try and get it taken down. She wouldn't be able to get it taken down because it'd be a reaction video. But I'd be able to prove what she's saying is wrong. But the problem is I don't want to go down that route and become tittle tattle and have that to and fro, online argument. So I just ignore it. Or, as you've seen, I'll take little clips of her videos that make me laugh, and I'll turn the whole thing into a joke, to try to get over any anger that I might have. Yeah.
Yes.
But occasionally,
all you're doing by replying to them is feeding them.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Last week I showed those clips on here. Maybe that was the wrong thing to do, but do you know what? No. I'd rather do that than lose my shit and show everyone how angry I can be. Okay.
I understand why you did that. Yeah, I do understand, Dan, but she's baiting. That's why I don't respond. Yeah. According to her, we've spoken recently. We have not. The last phone call I had from her or any text messaging was the 30th of May. She's still accusing me of contacting her. How? Am I doing it by telepathy?
You fucking must be.
Well, she has most other things in her head, doesn't she?
I
don't understand it. Then apparently this YouTube channel, I've got a YouTube channel somewhere with followers, and they're all upsetting her. So yeah. But if she wants to tell the truth, she can sit there and read every one of the emails I've sent her and text messages. I've got them with me here. I don't care what she says about me. I don't care. But I will take the action I promised. And all she's doing is giving us more evidence to do so. So keep going.
You're better off just fucking ignoring all that shit altogether, man, because, like, the more you ignore her, the more she's going to end up just getting up and trying to find other people to annoy. And eventually, if she keeps doing that, people got to keep on ignoring her. She's going to get up with them and keep moving on to people until she finds somebody that's going to latch on and bite and take the fucking bait. So she's not worth it, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, you would assume that to be true. But look, I've not spoken to Bryony for I don't know how long. Okay, I've responded to Bryony you know, even though she's called me out on her channel dozens and dozens and dozens of times, I've not responded to any of it, in the hope that she moves on. But she hasn't. And all she's doing is she's creating this wave of negativity that's not just against me or Tina, or I mean, she brought up Lost Souls Paranormal. She brought up Princess Angela the other day in one of her live streams, or today, I can't remember now. And she's bringing up people that have got absolutely nothing to do with her beef with me and Tina, you know. And
she's looking for attention.
It's creating a wave of negativity among, over many people. And even by just ignoring her, it doesn't seem to be having the effect. Now, the letters that I sent, and I sent a letter as well. It wasn't just Tina. When she talks about Tina threatening her, as I said earlier, that was a legal letter. Okay, a legal letter doesn't have to come from a solicitor or from a court. A legal letter can be, I've asked you once, I won't ask you again. Do not do this, that, or the other, or I will take you to court. That is a legal letter.
Yep.
Okay. And that is what she was sent, a letter before action. And I sent her one as well. And that is where she's getting this. She is being threatened. And she's not being threatened by anybody.
It was a warning to stop what she's doing.
It was
intent of taking action against them.
Yes,
yeah.
Legal action.
Yeah.
And obviously, you're perfectly well within your rights to do that.
Of course.
In America, in a lot of states, they actually have to do that by law.
Well, it's recommended. That's why I went to
them that they are going to
I've got solicitors anyway, Roger. So I went to a solicitor and they told me just a very formal letter advising her of what she's doing is wrong, the steps you need to take to stop this. And that's apparently a threat, like Dan says. She keeps the context is there, like we've said before, Dan, and she just changes the context to suit herself.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's got every single documentation from me. So if she wants to read every one of those out, feel free.
And this is what I say. I think it was Lost Souls Paranormal I was talking to earlier about it. I think, and that is that a court. If you went to court and a judge turned around and said, "What have you tried to do to mediate, to mitigate this action?" And if you can't turn around and say, "Well, I asked them to stop under threat of legal action, but they didn't," a judge will not look lightly upon that. A judge will turn around and go, "Well, why? So you've come here, waste my time without even trying that step first." Mm-hmm. Which is why we do it. Which is why you send someone an LBA. But again, Bryony has got it into her head that it's a piece of paper that's not fit for wiping her ass with. Unfortunately, it is, because it is a document that indicates legal action. And yet she's carrying on with it. So, there is only one other course of action that we can take, unfortunately.
Yeah, there is. There's also data protection. And that is the reason why I don't go into details about what I hold between my clients. It's data protection. And that's what I mean. She's mentioned the phone recording she knows I've taken and saying, I would like a copy of that. You're not going to get it. I'll see you in court with a copy. Yeah, you keep your recordings private. Mine's private, and it will only be seen in court.
Yeah, solicitor will have to request a copy when it gets that, and that's the only way she'll get to see it. So, but again, I'm not beating down on Bryony, right? It might seem like I'm not. The woman has got some issues that she needs to deal with. Okay, we've all got issues.
She's causing her own problems, and it's just making her worse.
Yeah, but she's got issues that she needs to deal with, and to be honest, her issues need to be dealt with privately between her and a proper medical professional that can deal with that. Yeah. As I said earlier, I try to offer her somebody to vent to. Okay, I've got pretty broad shoulders. I can take it, I can take a lot before it starts to affect me. So I'm quite happy to listen to people, and if I can, advise them. Exactly what I offered. Tina is not a business. Okay, Tina does not offer help in exchange for payment, so she's not a company. What Tina does, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tina, by the way, this is just my assumption of what you do. What Tina does is she offers to help people with the knowledge that she has got, but just as anybody else, it gets to a point Okay, even the police, and Brian has faced this with the police recently. It gets a point where even the police will turn around and say, "We are not dealing with you anymore because you are a nuisance, because you are a pain in the arse, because you are swearing, because you are angry, and you're not listening." Everybody has the right to refuse to talk to somebody, or refuse to help somebody, or even refuse service to somebody on that basis. And that's, in my opinion, that's what's happened with Tina. It got to a point where she wasn't listening, she wasn't doing as she was told, and Tina's turned around and said to her, "Look, I've tried to help you, I've told you what you need to do, you're not doing it, therefore if you're not going to take my advice, there's no point in us having this relationship." And she's taken that, Brian has taken that and run with it as though Tina's just pissed her off and broken a contract agreement, which there was never a contract agreement anyway when you're offering somebody some help.
There is no contract.
So this whole thing about going to trading standards won't get involved because Tina's not a business, number one. She's not earning any money from people by offering them advice. You know, it is a hobby that Tina does, and trading standards have got absolutely no jurisdiction within that whatsoever. So
it's 40-year hobby. My longest case was 2 years, and that was given free in between me working 2 different jobs. I would do it weekends, and they won their case. Don't win all of them. Don't get me wrong. I can make mistakes as well. I have no issue with Bryony as a person. I have an issue with her narcissistic behaviour, going after people who have tried to help her. I don't appreciate that. And again, it comes down to the truth. On one of her videos, she said she's a woman of integrity and truth. No, you are not. You are not giving out truthful information. So if you are listening to this or any opinions, read out the emails, read out the text messages that I sent you between the two of us. I'm not going to do it. But if you want people to know the truth, read them out. Are you brave enough to apologize for what you've done? Because I don't think you are.
Yeah. Thank you, Black. I've got some feedback coming from someone.
Yeah, I'm hearing it as well.
I think it's gone now. Bushwhacker. Look, at the end of the day, first of all, new to the channel, so welcome. Listen, sometimes we get angry and we say things that, you know, in the heat of the moment that we don't necessarily mean to do or say in the heat of the moment. I try and, where I can, I try to be level-headed. Some people that don't like the channel will disagree with that and say that I'm biased about certain things, but I try to be level-headed, like I did with the lady on the phone earlier. You know, she said to me that a copper had said something in a statement. I can't possibly comment on that because there's absolutely no context around that. So I'm not going to suggest, which I could turn around and make up all sorts of stuff about the police to make them look bad because that would look good for the channel, but that's not what I'm about. So when I have a problem with a person, well, I try to make sure everything's factual. Sometimes, you know, there's a lot of stuff on here that's my opinion, and I'll make sure people understand when it's my opinion, as opposed to when it's factual. But if we get frustrated, then we, as you say, I focus on clarity. If you get frustrated, you lose that clarity, and you can end up putting yourself in a situation that doesn't look good for you as a person, i.e. Bryony, who is putting herself out there, making statements without backing things up, without facts. You know, a lot of the stuff she's been saying is personally offensive to people, and a direct attack at people. For example,
it doesn't help her case that she's got Crinkle involved with her as well. He's a complete knob.
Which is fucking ironic, since like that kid was the one that was trying to take advantage in the first place. Like I pointed it to in the comments, like that was only the correspondence I've had with her. Was some noticed in the comments with one of your channels.
He was her worst enemy, then all of a sudden he's her best buddy.
When she started bitching and moaning at everybody for fuck knows what reason.
What's the saying for that, Roger? 2 nuts are better than 1.
Yeah. You can bang them together and crack them.
Basically, that Crinkle asshole was trying to take advantage of her. And with what I've seen at Dan's channel and that live stream, everybody was jumping in to help her out and support her. And like, into Crinkle for doing what he done. And then the thanks that you get off of Bryony was the way she's acting now. And then now all of a sudden, it now seems like she's fucking jumped back in the boat with him. What the fuck is that all about?
What she's doing now is purely baiting and attention seeking with Lawrence. If she hadn't have gone into Dan's channel live on April 20th and started claiming that I had not done something for her, which I had, if she had told the truth, I would have continued working for her as long as it was required. My first advice from the phone call was, this is stage 1 of the work we can do together. I would have continued going through every process she needed, possibly for years. She chose a different path. She made that. Everything has happened because of what she did on that day.
Yeah.
She brought it on herself.
And she was screaming at people in the chat, this is private, it's between me and Tina. Why did she take it public?
Well, and it's a shame it's got to this point. I've got to be honest, it is a shame it's got to this point. You know, as I say, she does need help. I was more than willing to give her time, 15, 16 hours of my time I gave her, of my own personal time. Phone calls up to 4 hours long. And I
worked with her for a period of 4 months.
Yeah. And Tina and I were willing to do that, just as I am, for anybody else channel that needs to talk. I will give you time when I have that time. I will give that to you out of my personal time. But it gets to a point where you have to turn around and say enough is enough. If you know, but it's a shame because she does need help.
She does. She won't admit that herself, though. She does need some sort of psychiatric help. She has got trauma from her past. Anybody would.
I mean, if she's got to keep on turning against people who are obviously trying to help her, she's not doing herself any favours. She's just shooting herself in the arse.
I'm so bushwhacker. I'm not sure that I understand. First of all, thank you again. I'm not sure I understand what the quote is there. If the guard of the city gates was good and true, then we would not need doors. Then we would not need doors upon our dwellings. I'm presuming you're saying something along the lines of being able to keep our doors unlocked, if people
open doors. Yeah, people did
doing their jobs. I'm presuming that's what
in the 60s. We had it in the 60s, didn't we, Roger? We know, don't we?
People had to with me, otherwise they wouldn't get their rabbits and pigeons and things hung on the inside.
I understand. Yeah, but we did that. We had our doors open. You could walk down the street. Everybody was an auntie or an uncle, and they'd come and say hello. I'm one of 10 kids, so my mum wasn't rich, so other neighbours would bring in food without making my mum embarrassed. Oh, we cooked too many potatoes today, Sheila. Would you like them for the kids? And that's what happened. They knew that my mum had. My dad was a right Scrooge. He only gave her like £80 a week to live on with 10 kids to feed.
It used to be the original chat room, didn't it?
Yeah. But you knew everybody. Everybody was friendly. One of the neighbours, she's good at pulling teeth. When your teeth started to come low, she'd pull your teeth out and then give you a threatening bit for your She was a tooth fairy. Another one I got to know in my younger days was a Polish war veteran who fought for us in the war in the RAF. He was a pilot, and he introduced me to radio ham. I was 12 years old when I heard these weird noises coming from his shed. I thought, what's that? People are talking through a box. And he's the one that got me into it. And I thought, this is cool. I can talk across the world. I didn't follow it up to 1998 and got my license, but it was fascinating. The neighbours were friendly. You didn't lock your doors. You didn't have to. You weren't scared of being jumped on.
Even our local Bobby used to walk into our house, and we didn't have a problem with it back then.
Yes, Shelley, we can see you.
Who said that?
The local copper used to come in for a cup of tea with me mum's, and then he'd sit there and tell her
what
I'd been up to.
And you also had that respect from the police. If you did something wrong I'm telling you, they wouldn't threaten me with my mum because she didn't scare me much. But my grandmother, I wouldn't piss her off. No, I'm telling you, grandmother.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go.
Well, look, we wouldn't. Well, listen, we weren't the sort of family to invite a copper into our house for a cup of tea. Okay, but But saying that, we friend of the family, one of my sister's best friends at school, her dad was a copper, and we were friends with them, but we wouldn't invite a cop on the beat into have a cup of tea or whatever. That's just not what we was like. But I did respect them, even though I used to get taken home by one most weekends. I did respect
reserved cell in Abingdon.
Yeah, but it was never that bad for me, Roger, until I got into my late teens. But it was a case of if I'd done something wrong, and generally the police would only lift me if I'd done something wrong, but they'd take me home. And it genuinely was. It wasn't the case back then. I mean, obviously they wanted the crime figures and stuff, but it seemed more a case of we don't want to ruin his chances in life, right? He's done something stupid. Yeah, let's take him home. We'll get a battering from his parents.
Yeah.
No, hopefully that'll be enough. Now you can't even fucking smack your kid around a year old to teach him a lesson for fucking getting.
The coppers didn't have quotas back then. They knew you'd get a bigger punishment from your parents than the court.
That's what the quotas. That's what the quotas are for now. They ruin young people's lives instantly. You go for a drink, you had a little bit of an argument with a mate, for instance. Copper would hear it outside. Years ago, they sent you home with a thick ear. Go and sort it out another time. Not now. They will arrest you, charge you, and get you a criminal record and an £85 fine. And that's because each police force gets to keep the money from the tickets.
I mean, never mind fucking smacking. You're not even allowed to chastise your kids. You know what I mean? It's like you got the kids go to school. They're like, oh, my mum, my dad shouted at me for blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, you can fucking SS at your door.
I had a health visitor turn up at my house one day. My son was 9 months old and walking. I fed him steak. I used to blend steak down in a blender. So he was walking quite early. She came in one day. He should have a dummy. He's eating too much. I don't like dummies. He's got a thumb. I didn't think anything of it. She turned up a week later with 2 social workers and 2 police officers demanding to see my child. I said, over what, a dummy? She's 19. I said, you go get yourself a partner, have a fucking child, and then come back and tell me how to raise mine. We can come into the house. No, you fucking can't. You ain't got a warrant. Piss off. I shut the door and I'm going to see my GP.
Do you know what, Tina? I mean, that's excessive what they've done there, right? That was excessive. But I wish that they would do that in the right circumstances these days.
Do, yeah. There's a lot of abuse going on.
That dealing with on the other channel, where rather than just ignore it, brush it under the carpet, hope it goes away, go and kidnap children from families who are good to their children, but might have taken their fucking laptop away because they'd been a pain in the arse, and the kid's gone into school crying. Next thing you know, it's child abuse. Teachers gone social services. It's all fucked up. It's all the wrong way round. Kids are getting abused. Kids are getting abused.
You have to challenge them.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course.
My son challenged, he's got 2 boys. They're quite a handful, 2 boys, 2 years between them. And he had a teacher approach him at school about the behaviour. He said, we'll deal with it at home. And he has a strict regime like I raised my kids. They're allowed half an hour on their tablets. Then they got to do their school books, reading for the night, half hour before they go to bed to their parents. And that's it. And she didn't appreciate what one of the kids had told her. Oh, Dad takes our tablet away after half an hour. I said, when you have the privilege of me impregnating you, you have a child of mine, you've got a right to tell me how to raise my kids. Other than that, you stay out of my life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes to things like that, Tina, and I think that, like you talk about, you've got a regime, so to speak, of how things are done in your household, and I think that's important to have. You have a routine. Okay.
I did. I had a big board on the wall.
I think that especially nowadays, if I had the youngsters around me now, different now because they're all in their 20s, but if I had the youngsters around me now, they come in from school like when I was a kid. I would get in from school. The very first thing that we had to do was our homework. We were still in the school mindset. Okay, so you get home from school. I don't agree with home, by the way, but we have it, so we have to do it. As far as I'm concerned. So you come home, you've got your homework, you go sit at the dinner table, you do your homework. Once you've done your homework, dinner would be ready. Okay, so the dinner comes out, put in front of us, right? We eat our dinner. If we didn't eat all of our dinner, we sat there until it was eaten, or at least, several attempts of getting it eaten. And my mum would only reheat the food like once or twice. After that, it'd sit there, for maybe another half an hour stone cold, and that was our fault for not eating it. Once we'd eaten, we could then go and get changed, go do what the fuck we want until sort of 7 o'clock or whatever time it might have been, and then we had to come in. We got an hour of unwinding, and then go to bed, and that's how it was for me. But again, these days, if you set a routine for your children, it's almost as though people look at it like prison life. Well, you're allowed out yourself for half an hour. You have you got your lunch break. You do a bit of yard exercise, then back to your. There's nothing to do with it. A routine is good for children.
Yes, because you're teaching them life skills.
Yeah, unroutined children, for example, they come in from school, they're sitting at the dinner table on their mobile phone or on their tablet while they're supposed to be eating their dinner goes cold, they start moaning about their dinner because they've been on their fucking tablet. You know, it all goes out the fucking window. It has to be, in my opinion, it has to be some fucking cut-off point, right? And that is, right, you have this routine. This is what you do, right? You come in every night, this is what you do from school, right? Sitting at dinner tables, I wouldn't even answer the door if people knocked at the door. When I was with my youngest boy's mum and we were sitting down eating, somebody knocked at the door. Where do you think you're going? One of the kids would get up towards the door. Whoa, where are you going? Well, someone's at the door. And you're eating your dinner. Sit down and eat your dinner.
Yes.
If it's important, they'll come back, you know? But that now is classed as some kind of fucking abuse.
But this is where it fails, because I had a big yearly planner on the wall. We arranged for each of us. I told my children, I will consider your room as private as long as you clean it up and I don't have to come in there. So they had laundry duties, bring it down, put it in the basket, put it in the wash machine. I taught them how to do that. I taught them to cook from the age of 5 years old, just basic things, and then graduated it up. But I had this plan. We all had our own duties, me and my husband included. We do rubbish days, laundry days, cooking days, cleaning days. That was our responsibility to keep the house. Yep. And when me and my ex split and my son got a strop on, oh, you've never done anything for me. Right then, okay, I won't. So for a week, I went on strike just for my son. So he'd come in from school, where's my tea? It's in the freezer. I'm on strike. I'm not cooking for you. You told me I'm useless. I don't do anything. So
that's the thing. They're not taught responsibility nowadays.
They don't know.
This is where it's gone wrong, because I taught them budgeting, cooking, how to look after. I had grandchildren at the time when they come in as toddlers. How to look after a little one under my supervision. But I taught my kids to respect the fact that if I'm not there, how are they going to survive on their own? So I wanted my children to get all my skills transferred to them for that purpose. So if I was not there and I passed away, I lost my sister at 42, she left a 13-year-old son. He didn't have a clue. His father didn't care, and he had to go and live with his grandparents. You know, he didn't care. He had no life skills at all.
I'll be honest, my dad tried to teach us all. Now I've got 2 brothers and 3 sisters, so I'm one of 6. Now my dad tried to teach us all about pensions and stuff like that. My eldest sister was paying into a pension from the age of, I think, 17. Okay. I won't go into detail because obviously it's my family and I don't like to get my family involved in the channel. But she got a job. She started off making tea and coffee, and she got to the point where she was number 1 in the country for that firm, doing what she was doing. And I believe she retired some point in her early 40s, I think it was, because she'd been paying into pension from like the age of 16 or 17. Yeah. My dad taught all of us to do this, and yet I still don't have a pension. Okay. Which is really stupid, but you know, I'm one of these people that ignored what my mum and dad used to say, and you know, there are people out there that do, you know, that ignore parents and or don't take it on board until too late, and I'm one of those people. I know that I should have had a pension years ago, and I just haven't bothered to do it. That's on me, but my dad taught me that stuff, as he did my brothers and sisters. So that, you know, so having this, you know, teaching children to be a certain way, some life skills, for example, is great and should always be done. It is then down to the child whether they take the board or not, providing you as a parent have done your job and taught them how to do that. I mean, I can iron and sew. I can sew buttons. I can do all sorts of stuff, and I've been able to do that since I was about 12, maybe 11. You know, so I do have some skills in that respect, and you know, not necessarily majorly important skills, but I've learned certain stuff that other people may not have done, but I've ignored more serious stuff that I needed to have learned, and that's all on me. But my parents taught that to me, and I respect them for teaching that to me.
It's important. It's very important.
Even though at the time I'm like, oh fucking hell, shut up, will you? As most kids do.
I know they do. They all do that grumbly. Oh, I don't want to hear about it. Well, you're going to hear about it. And you're going to sit there and pin your ears back. But I had 3 children. I had a stepson I took on at the age of 7, from the age to the age of 22. His dad come to me one day. This is the funniest. I could not stop laughing. He said he needs to have a chat about the birds and the bees. And I went, excuse me, that's your job. So he's a boy. So you need to talk to him. Well, I'm a bit embarrassed. Oh, for God's sake. So I just sit, and he was 18 at the time. He hadn't been going out with the young ladies, and my dad was a bit like his father was a bit worried he might have been gay. So he wanted me to find out. I said, no, he's just a late starter. He's a bit of a.
We used to have a girl at school that used to teach.
So yeah, so he's a bit of a quiet. Now when he came in at 19 and he looked like he'd been riding a horse for a week, I said, well, it's fine though. You know, he's not gay. He's been out shagging a girl. So by the time he was 21 and he wasn't staying at my house, I said, you're not going to use this place like a hotel. So I got a deposit and the first month's rent, and I moved all of his stuff into a flat. This case, have a nice life. I did the same for my other son when he started to get cocky, started ordering me around in the house. You're not the boss of this house, you're looking at it. So you can have a flat. And my daughter got her flat 12 months after I moved in. I was like, yes, I'm on my own. Great. So yeah. So but I made sure they had everything.
Just what I remember, and I know he's probably not watching, but just as I mentioned my dad's teaching and stuff, you know, that I should have paid attention to. Yeah. It is my dad's birthday today. I do know that at least one of my brothers knows about this channel. I don't know whether he watches it or not, or anything like that.
Happy birthday,
but it is my dad's birthday today. So if you ever get to see this, Dad, at some point in the future, I hope you don't, because you'd probably have a heart attack seeing what goes on in the world and hearing the language that I use on this fucking channel. But I love you, old man. And
good.
You do associate with some strange people.
But as for pensions now, Dan, my grandchildren, I've made it clear to my son and my other step-grandchildren as well, don't put your money in a pension scheme, because you will not get a lot of it back when you retire. By the time they grow up, they won't be allowed to fucking retire. So you're just pumping this money into the government. So I was told by an advisor many years ago, chuck it in Jersey or Guernsey, tax-free, £100 a month from your wages if you can afford it, or 50 if not. By the time you're 55, you can retire with a lump sum and a bloody good pension for the rest of your life. That's what you need to do. Don't stick it in a government pension scheme. It's a rip-off. If anyone was to pass away, the government automatically takes half of your pension pot. Then your family is left with a division from that. They take half of your money. That's not right.
Well, and if you leave them your house, they'll take their cut of that as well.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Which has already been taxed.
Problem I've got is I've got a memory foam mattress now, so I can't stuff it full of the notes. It's not like an old spring one; it's a memory foam one.
You want a sensopedic mattress? You want a sensopedic mattress? Like
these little plastic cards don't have the same thermal qualities, do they?
That's the only thing that's worrying me in the power cuts is how am I going to use my electric bed? I'll be fucked.
It's going to get to a point though where the money is only going to be any good for screwing in your clothes to creating that thermal effect to keep you warm.
It won't leave the print on your ass like newspapers do.
If you do what I do when I used to go hiking and stuff years ago before my health got a lot worse, I bought these heated waistcoats. Okay, you put batteries in them. And basically it heats up from the top of your neck all the way down to your kidneys. I've got heated gloves, heated socks, and a heated scarf. I'm not going to get cold.
Good set of seal skin socks. You can't.
Thing is though, Tina, it needs was it battery heated.
Yeah, rechargeables. I charge them up.
So you got to find the money to charge it, haven't you?
Yeah, well that's easy enough. If they're only turning the electric off, apparently for I think it's
you
3
stick
hours
solar
a day.
panels to your hat.
Yeah.
I could just imagine fucking.
Or just get a headlight from Roger.
I'll ask a question to the panel. Why do you think we're going to run out of electricity and we've got to have these power cuts?
That's
We're not.
deliberate.
I
Why do you think
it's deliberate.
usage
We're not.
times.
We're not running out. We're not running out.
It's the government. That's why we got to have these power cuts.
Just bollocks. They would have known this fucking years
Why
ago.
do you think it's got that bad? What have we been putting on the roads for the last 2 years? Electric bloody vehicles. All these people have been convinced to go and get electric cars. Bus companies have got electric buses. Delivery drivers like Amazon have got electric vehicles. How are they going to run them in a power cut?
They're not.
This is what is affecting our grid. Because we buy our electricity in instead of supplying it ourselves. They had the chance when they did a contract with France 15 years ago to build the first nuclear plant to give us more of our own electricity.
What one they haven't thought of. They want to do away with the electric petrol and diesel car.
They can't. We got no electricity to cover it.
They want us all to go electric.
Yeah, but they can't. We haven't got
the power stations that are being built to supply this electricity don't finish being built until 2 years after that date.
No, they don't.
Look at all the hilarious bullshit. There was at the G7 summit or some shit a while back.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, up in Scotland. They had to bring in the diesel generator to charge them. They got supplied a whole fleet of electric cars for all the dignitaries, and there wasn't one place at the hotel to charge them.
Fucking idiots, man. Absolute idiots.
But
well,
what
30 grand or something, wasn't it, for the diesel generators?
The world has gone mad when they suddenly decided we're going to get all these electric vehicles on the road without having enough electricity to run the damn things.
Yeah. No infrastructure to charge them.
No.
No, nothing. It ain't going to happen. It ain't gonna happen.
Right, I'm going talking about the cost of the lecky and all that kind of stuff, right, and the black cuts and everything. I'm going to give you a tip. Everybody that's watching, 132 people watching. That number will drop now. I've said that anyway. I'm going to give you a tip. 133. It's going up. A solar panelled motion sensed security light. Okay, you get a solar panel motion sensor security light that you would put in your back garden or the side of your house, okay, with a solar panel that's on a lead, not one that's actually stuck to the top of the lights. You want one that's on a lead. Screw one of them to your kitchen, to your hallway, to your, in your lounge by your window, whatever you might, wherever you need it. Okay, you might not need it in the lounge because you might just go off of the TV or have a small light on, but anyway that you've got to go and put a big light on. And you want to save yourself on a little bit of electric, buy yourself a solar panelled PIR security light, stick it to the wall, put the panel in front of the window. The panel will charge up during the day. It doesn't need to be sunny as long as it's daylight. And it will charge the battery up to 8 hours worth of use.
Yeah,
okay.
They do.
And that will be enough to, for example, go in your kitchen. Yeah, you walk in your kitchen, you don't need to switch a light on. You walk in your kitchen, the PIR will pick up on you and it will turn itself on. You walk out the kitchen, a few seconds later, it will turn itself off. You put one of them in the rooms that you go in and out of, that you don't want to put the lights on, and potentially forget about the lights being on. Kids' room, there's a perfect example, because kids love to leave their fucking lights on.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what, it might not save you heaps, but it will save you some money. You won't have to turn your fucking mains on.
A lot of new offices are like that now. When you're walking down a corridor, if you're the only one there, that will turn the lights on and it will turn them off once you've gone through.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. But to do this, that runs off of the mains. That one. So, but if you get one of these solar powered ones, you're charging it through the day for use when it gets dark.
But it's never a good idea to fit them to a car as extra headlights.
No, that wouldn't be a good idea. But you can also buy solar panels to run equipment in your home, Dan, as well. They do 2 foot by 2 foot. You can fix to a wall in the garden, and the lead comes into the house for emergencies. They do that as well.
Right.
And they only cost
the sales have gone up with them because the doom and gloom brigade predicting these blackouts.
Yeah,
they've got a way of charging their mobiles up.
Yeah, so I don't know, though. It's to make people make dependent on the government.
Did anybody see
some COVID bullshit?
Did anybody see the Black Belt Barrister's video the other day about electricity in the blackouts?
No.
Right? The government have created a document that shows you if they start rolling out these blackouts, how to work out when your blackout is going to be. And I think there's 4 or 5 stages of severity. So you've got your first stage of severity, which might see you with a blackout a week, for example.
Yeah, it
in
goes
different
up each
areas,
level.
different wise. Now, the final stage, which is the most severe one, has less time with electricity on than it has with it off. So you will literally be living the majority of your life with no electricity. Electricity will only be turned on for a very short amount of time each day. And
that's what they don't think. That's what they don't think about. They haven't thought about people who've got dialysis machines at home, pacemakers and things that need electronic checks on them. They haven't thought about fridges with diabetic medication, because if that doesn't get kept cold, it will go off and that can kill you if you inject it. They don't think about machines. Yeah,
but this is where the what's it called? Fucking hell, what was I going to say? Shit, what was it? It's on the tip of my tongue. Come on, come back to me.
Have some brandy, it may shift it.
Smart meters.
Smart meter, fucking hell, you're good. You are good. This is where the smart meters have come in. Okay, and this is why they wanted everyone to have smart meters.
They can cut isolated homes off, so they don't have to cut whole areas off.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that way, so what they'd probably do is they'd probably go, right, okay, let's switch off this area. They turn off the entire area, then they nip through and they go, that one goes on, that one goes on, that one goes on, that one goes on, that one goes on. You know, and then just leave the ones on that need it on. But again, that is not that's not always going to work, and people are going to die because of it.
If you've got a priority with any equipment, I urge people to register with whatever company they've got, because if you have a priority medical need, they must provide you with a generator to your house.
Well, I've recently been put on the priority list for British Gas.
Mm-hmm.
They deal with my lecky and my gas now. I used to be with a different company that got shut down, a couple of years back now, but through COVID. And British Gas, I'm now on their priority register, and I needed to go on the priority register because my lecky meter is 8 foot up a wall.
Wow.
The only way I can reach it is, and I'm not spending £30 for a fucking set of step ladders to put the gas to the left.
They should change that.
Good old yellow pages.
Well, I've been kneeling on a stop and getting a stall and having to kneel on the stall.
You should request it's lowered down, Dan, because that's against disability rules.
Well, that's why I'm on the priority list now. This is what one of the health and wellbeing persons, since I've had the stroke, this is one of the things they've been working on. But they've got me now put onto the priority register. I'm now waiting for somebody to come out and take a look at the meter and see where they're going to put it next and to move it, because I did ask the housing association and they turned around and said, no, we're not moving it, it will cost too much.
Well, the supplier can do that anyway because it's their meter, but it should be no more than 3 foot off the floor.
But if I remember right, underneath it, it's just a big bare wall underneath it, isn't it? So surely they can just get extra cable in their
No, it's not that simple. They have to look at the wiring. They have to do their health and safety bullshit. It should be no more than 3 foot off the wall. My gas meter outside is so low I can't even read the thing on it. I can't. I've tried taking pictures.
Well, this is right up. This is right up. The board it's on is about that big. Okay,
wow.
So you've got your fuses, then you've got your actual meter there.
I think they tended to do that in flats, didn't they? In flats, they tended to put them high up. But yeah, you can have it reduced.
I'm not sure, but the top of the meter, or the top of the board that the meter is screwed to, is touching the ceiling. That's how high up the wall is.
Have you still got a bath in your flat?
Yes.
Do you get in and out the bath okay?
This isn't really the place to be talking about. No, I was given a chair. I was given a bath chair because
the power one. Yeah.
Because
it doesn't give you a bath; it gives you an ass wash. So yeah,
You sit on it and it just drops you down into the bath.
The water
and then
disappears as soon as you turn the power on it. Right, there's an alternative. That's why I wanted to mention. It's called the Aqualift. Okay, it's a platform. It's fixed to the wall. You've got an area. You sit on the edge. You swing your legs in, and this band lowers you into the bath, right into the bath to have a proper bath.
Yeah, it's like an engine hoist.
They cost about 1,300, and that's installation as well. But if you've got financing where you can do that, I would highly recommend it compared to that bath suit.
I just asked a neighbour to borrow his IAB.
To be honest, I'd rather have a shower room.
A wet room, yeah, but you want to, you don't want to stay there though, do you? You want to move, so.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to get it done here. Once I've moved.
Once we set you up with that particular council, we're going to put in the disability requirements, and that will be a wet room. No problem there. I mean, my bathroom's a pain in the ass. It's 15 foot long by 12 foot wide. It was the third bedroom. It's a bitch to clean. Tell you, it takes me about 6 hours.
Christ, ours is that small. I don't have to climb in the bath. I just walk through the door, trip over, and end up in it.
Well, they asked me about a wet room, but I like bath, so they gave me this butt seat. I've taken it out and given it back, and I'm ordering myself the actual Aqualift band so I can actually have a proper damn bath. So,
right, I've got a couple more people sitting in the back here. I'm going to bring in. We've got about half hour left or so before I have to call it a night. But we've got.
Do you want me to go?
Yeah, I was
no,
give
you're
you
fine. You're fine for the moment. You're fine for the moment. We've got Jack Ablaze, who's called himself Lord Daddy Papa Smurf. How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing all right.
Smurfy.
Sorry for leaving extremely early last week.
Mate, it's no problem. Listen, people have got shit going on themselves. It's absolutely no issue. I need to apologise, man.
I had a bit of alcohol. I think I already said it last week. And
you old enough?
I'm old enough. Hold on. I did. Yeah, and I just felt really tired. I just really wanted to go to bed. So rather than saying anything, I just went off.
Listen, I reckon you could drink Sonic under the table, you know.
I'm a lightweight. I'm a
Sonic starts under the table.
That's where Roger generally fucking finishes.
There was one thing I wanted to go back to because I've started to notice it as well, and I don't really know anything about it, but I don't know if I did remember speaking to my dad about it a while back in the past regarding just in general, nothing to do with what's been going on recently about how all might be blackouts, this and that, but just if you have a power outage, right, whichever power distribution place that is near you, like, and I think we've got Western Power Distribution as our I don't know what you call them, energy supplier, or I don't know what you call them.
Well, they're the main repair people, Western Power.
Right. Okay. So. And obviously, because a while back we had a power cut, right? And from what I remember, I can't remember if I read it online or if Dad told me, but if your fridge and your freezer is off for a long period of time, specifically your freezer, because it's got to keep your frozen stuff frozen. If it's kept off for a long period of time, obviously it's going to thaw out. Oh, there's Pappy Pig again.
Yeah, it takes 12 hours. If you keep the door shut, Jack, it lasts up to 12 hours. It will stay frozen.
Now, say the blackouts last for a long period of time, right?
Yeah.
If you have to, because I did read online earlier, they say, you know, don't if it's already thawed out by that point and you don't use it, throw it away basically. In that case, would they even though that they were the ones that cut the power in the first place, would they still be liable for that? And you can get compensation.
No. They've actually got a tariff that if you're disconnected for different periods of time, there's a different daily payment on how many days, weeks you've been cut off and what have you.
But you can claim for damaged food.
So you can or cannot claim. So you can claim for compensation.
If every one of us did this, so Jack, if every one of us had a power cut and we all lost our frozen food, do you think if we're left without food, the government would have to pay? I can assure you they would. They would
because
get.
they argued the
millions
case
of
on it
plates.
with all the trees and that were brought down in that big storm earlier in the year. And all
Right.
those that were cut off, if they weren't back online by a certain amount of time, they
Yep.
had to pay them compensation.
Yes, they do.
Well, I reason why I mentioned it is because I read a little news story a little while back where something similar like this to happen to someone in Leicester, and they wanted compensation because they had like I don't even know how big it was. It was a huge chest freezer, all right, with all their frozen food in it, and because they had a power cut, that there was nothing wrong. There was something wrong in the area or whatever, and it had been off for a very long period of time. A very long period of time.
Do you know the easiest way to do that, Jack?
Do what?
If you got a situation like that, you claim it on your house contents insurance, and they battle it out with the energy supplier.
Yes, they do. Yep, that's correct.
Right, okay.
You get your house insurance to pay it, and then they go through the process of claiming it off the energy companies.
It doesn't stop there because he took it further than that. Funny enough, I think he actually took them to court. Oh, Pappy Pig won't stop. Took him to court, and I think he got a very big payout because they refused outright to give him any compensation, even though he was what, £200-300 down in terms of food in his freezer.
Yeah, and in this time of the wages and all the money coming in and cuts that are being made, Jack, you can't go without food. At the moment, from what we're being told in Devon, it's going to be 3 hours, possibly once a week. They're going to be trying to do some in the morning and some in the evening, but the times they're looking at is when you're supposed to be feeding your kids to go to school and feeding your kids when they come home. So how the bloody hell
This is what I don't understand. From a realistic standpoint, it's not logical, and it's not realistic what they're trying to say. What when they're trying to say, these disconnects and stuff like that and blackouts. If anything, they're actually making the situation worse than they are better.
Yes, they do. This is why, Lost Souls has put it in the chat, and she's quite correct. It's a backup plan. So I am a natural pantry person, and I do all backup plans on the goods that I need. So I've got a gas hob. So I've got dehydrated vegetables, dehydrated minced beef, that kind of stuff. So I can cook a spag bowl or something like that instantly in the pan on the stove. I've never, ever had an all-electric. So your gas is going to work. The piezo ignition might not work. You can light it with one of these, an actual gas lighter. And basically you're on. So when we had power cuts when I moved in here, there's a lot of elderly people near me and they were struggling. So I put a note on my door: should you need any hot water for any tea or coffee, bring your flask down, I'll fill them up. What I also did, I had a big pan and I cooked a beef stew with dumplings for about 30 people. I said, bring some bowls down and you can have some hot food. And I did that for the period of time it was shut off. So about 6 hours it was shut down. There was a major problem with the line. And they were so grateful for that because they're elderly, they can't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
But the timing that they're actually
Our
coming out.
cooker's electric, but I've got a petrol stove in the shed that I use for my bushcrafting that runs on unleaded petrol.
Yeah. What's the best piece of equipment? How many people here have got a barbecue?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I know. But who's got a barbecue? Yeah?
Yeah.
So in a power cut, put lights in your garden, put on your Barbie, and cook your bloody food out there. It does a Sunday roast, really nice. Gives it a roast flavour. Really nice flavour.
Guys, let me interrupt now. I wanted to bring on Jack for a few minutes to talk first of all, and now I'm going to bring in Gare. I keep wondering whether that's how you pronounce your name, because I don't want to offend you by pronouncing your name wrong. So you're going to have to tell me what your name is again when I bring you on, how to pronounce it, so that I don't fuck it up again. So, Gare, can you do me a quick favour? Can you just touch your nose for me? Either hand will do, just so I know that you are, there we go, a real person. You are. So here we go. Good evening.
Well, the thing about it is, Dan, talking about energy, right? They had a G4 summit in 2019 in Scotland.
Right.
And they had all everybody throughout the world up in Scotland, and they realised they didn't have the power for people to come with electric vehicles. What did they do? They had 2 diesel generators round the back of the building to create the power. To create the power for them people to accommodate the electric vehicles.
Yeah, it's crazy.
If we can provide an energy source for off our national grid, right? It's obviously we haven't got enough power to accommodate all this while they're adapting. So, what's the answer?
To be honest,
start learning to go back to basics, learn how to live off land.
If you're Sonic, your answer's selling your ass.
Even you couldn't afford that, Dan.
I mean,
if you can't supply the national grid with exactly what you want, right? It's obviously that we're underestimating. We haven't got enough to supply, and we know that anyway because we're getting it from other countries.
Well, I mean, there's lots of things.
We're getting it from Sweden at the moment or the Netherlands. Right, it's underground pipeline for electricity. Used to buy it off France. And because of the EU, what happened was, right, because we was buying out, right, when we come out of the EU, we could actually, if we overproduce, we could sell it back over the pipeline, right, to France. Now, because we're out of the EU, we can't sell it back, right? So they had to
see how much
another
profits that these different energy companies are getting, all these different petrol station companies and stuff are getting, the massive amounts of profits that they're getting from the horrendous prices that people are being charged, not just petrol or diesel or whatever, or even electric, just like in your home, electrical, gas, the amount of money that those energy companies, British Gas and E.ON and all these different types of companies, that the amount of profits they're getting it's astounding. In fact, I think they've correct me if I'm wrong, any one of you, but I think this is probably the best time that most of these energy companies have gained this much profit. Because
they did, Jack, in the last 9 months. Serco and what's the other one called? There's 2. Serco and another one made 10 billion in 9 months each in profit.
And what do they say? There's what do they say? There's not enough power to go around. I can't remember what they said exactly.
Yeah.
There's something that they said. Either there's not enough power to go around, or
to make 10 billion in 9 months, and then they put the bills up. They've almost tripled people's bills after making that.
And the thing is, what's even worse now is it Jeremy Hunt. Now he's backtracking and saying that this 2-year freeze is now only lasting 6 months till April.
It's not even lasting that, mate. It's lasting till April.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, it's lasting till April. Yeah, it's probably less than 6 months. Yeah.
And on top of that, so is the help that the government are giving with the energy bills. That's being reviewed at the same time.
Actually, Paul Sparkwan's just said something there, which has just made me think of something. Now they're unable to import gas and electricity, but they're still importing migrants.
Migrants, yeah.
Yeah.
France sends them for free, but they charge us treble for electricity.
It just don't make sense. It really doesn't.
It is under a pipeline, a cable. Right, and then it's ramped up when it gets to, I think it's Southport.
But right, who's charging us more money?
Right, we are getting it from the Netherlands now. And another thing is, right, when's the next nuclear power station that is being opened?
Oh, well, that's a joke in itself. We drew up a contract with France 15 years ago to build the first one. There's 3 being built in the UK. Then they decided 12 months later to triple the price. So the government said no. So the other company that's offered to come in, which they won't deal with.
The only one that's going to be open
stations
soon,
online in 10
which
years.
will probably 2 years time, right? This is Sizewell.
It's not been started yet. They haven't even started the process yet.
The only one that's been
started.
It
has. Yeah, Sizewell B was over. Right, Sizewell B was decommissioned. I mean, right before they get their grants, right, what they got to do is produce electricity, and what they do, they use a backup generator throughout each size of the phase of the completion. Use a backup generator to produce electricity, so they get them the money to keep on going, right? My brother worked in this industry, right? The next time is the next power station, right, which will probably, under the plans, is probably one of the last biggest nuclear powered facilities that will open in this country. So we are not. It's in about 2 years' time.
No, it's about 10 years, I think, isn't it, Roger?
Yeah, 10 years. The first one comes online.
Well, I've ordered some old dentist X-ray machines. I'm gonna strip the radioactive material out of that and make my own fucking nuclear power plant.
The company that's offered to come in is Japan. Because the French one has not gone anywhere, Japan's offered to come in and build all of our nuclear plants. That's still debatable.
China.
They build them within 3 years.
China put a 10 million for 2 of them.
Well, they said no to China because they didn't want China in control of our power. But if they did what they said they were going to do 15 years ago, we wouldn't be having to pay the EU this expensive cost of our fuel. It would have been up and running by now.
Because they said to sell some money on that X-ray machine shit. Get some curries.
Yeah. It's our fault. They've let the people down yet again.
I mean,
but no investment. They don't plan on giving investment. The government will not give any monies for future investment.
They've always been all about themselves that fucking lot.
What was I going to say?
Right, it's like everything else, right? They privatize water industries, right? And what are they doing? Pumping ourselves with filth.
Right. I've got a question.
You get a Tory member of Parliament telling you that people have to drink treated water, right, as is safe because of the drought.
Full of fluoride.
Yeah. I mean, it's publicly said about that. Because they feel it's safe. Well, let them drink it.
They don't need to drink it because all of their drink and food gets subsidised by us.
Well, they'd be on Perrier. They'd be on Perrier and wine. It's all right, Dan. We all know that. But apart from that, you know.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. That, you know, they wouldn't go and drink it. They'll get all their bottled water because we are paying our taxes for them to fucking eat and drink their lunches and fucking dinners and everything else. And yet we are the ones that are fucking going out not eating lunches or breakfast because we can't afford it. And yet them cunts are turning around and saying, well, just drink treated water. Well, just eat, you know, food that's been processed in factories and all that shit. You'll be okay. And they're getting fucking proper freshly cooked meals in their fucking, excuse me for swearing, in their parliamentary fucking, there we go, swearing, restaurant.
And that's subsidised by us.
Yeah,
not forgetting the fucking.
There's another story about the parliamentary dining, right? They are arguing now that it's costing too much, right, for them to eat there now, right, because they were subsidised that much.
Well, a lot of the subsidies were stopped by Jacob.
So you've
because they're on a level. Let them their own wine. Let them pay for their own meal.
But now you get these politicians as well. They don't live anywhere near fucking London, so they've got a second home nearer to Parliament. But I don't know if I'm thinking right. They don't need to pay fucking a mortgage.
They used to, but earlier this year, DJ, Jacob Rees-Mogg brought laws in. If you are not in Parliament actually working, you don't have the right to an office and you don't have the right to an apartment. So unless you're coming to London 5 days a week, he's stopped the law.
Well, they should still
anyway,
regardless.
They criticise. MPs are criticising. If you go and have a look about it, MPs are criticised that their standard of meals are not up to anything now, right? But they're not paying for it.
No, they're not. If they get it's for free. They got their own private area where they eat. I agree with that. But the actual public cafe is just like a normal cafe. But where they eat in the club is very exclusive because they chose it to be. It's proper meals and it's really high class. It's very expensive. That's what they chose to do by separating it from the public.
Well, there is a video online somewhere of the menus and the price lists in there. And like a top-notch steak costs you about £5 with all the trimmings.
Yeah, it's not in the cafe. It's very cheap, so they don't have to go to the posh side of Parliament. They can eat in the cafe like we do.
Do you think they're gonna?
No.
Well, they should.
You really think they're gonna? You know what I mean?
They should, but they don't.
Look, they got a cost thing, right? They're not paying for their meal. They're not paying for their wine, right? And they're moaning about it.
Yeah.
I thought that
you know what I mean? All right, if your meal was shit, they're still having their wine, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right, and they're still getting their rocks off.
How many places do you know? Sorry, Jack, I'll let you come in a minute. How many places do you know where you can drink on the drug?
No way.
Here,
Well,
in my office.
Yeah, I'm talking
Whatever.
how many people do you think
To answer your question, Pap.
Sample test on the brewery.
To answer your
So
question,
do
Pap.
parliamentarians drink all day. They're drinking in the restaurant, in the bar they've got up there. They've actually got a members bar only, and they drink, and they're supposed to be serving the public. I'd like to have breathalyzers test done on anyone coming into that chamber, and if they're pissed, sack them.
Yeah, the old
that's what we
Mr.
did sleep,
Speaker's
wasn't it?
actually got rid of a few that fell asleep in there now, and
You're right. I was just saying the same thing as well about them falling asleep in there as well because they're fucking.
That's these fucked for Parliament, man.
As soon as that got on mainstream media, that was it. They had them out.
I saw one old gentleman in the House of Lords was slumped over his chair, and they had to call medics in because they thought the old bugger had died. He was asleep.
Watching the House of Lords is one of the best comedies on telly. It really is.
Yeah, Jack.
Some of
you're
the things they talk about is unbelievable.
It's like one foot in the grave, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. You know. It's like watching that.
Right.
When sorry, Groove Ray, he finished his shift at the local police station about an hour ago, which is why he's still in uniform, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, I always say government meetings are along the same lines as the PLJ on Monty Python's.
When it comes to
if you don't mind,
hang on. Yeah, 1 second, Ged, just because Jack's been waiting a little while to talk. So
I'm trying to think now.
That's
it. I remember now. Now that I remember, so I keep forgetting. I seen a video the other day of someone. So I don't know if any of you have heard of some people changing their meters to independent companies that are far cheaper when it comes to how much they're charging per kilowatt and standing charge, right? Than these popular companies that are earning billions of pounds every year or whatever, right? And it was in Scotland, and I think there was originally with Scottish Power, and they've gone with their own independent company that is all legit, it's all kosher and everything like that, right?
And they're the ones that will be shut down first, like they did the other month.
And they've actually got the relevant people to come out and check to make sure that everything is all safe. They've actually got the Scottish Power meters removed from their property, and they put their own meters in, right? But they haven't checked it themselves. Do you know the relevant people like electricians, things like that? They've all checked it to make sure it's safe. They've even got the safety certificates to say that it's safe and all that stuff. And Scottish Power, so they've sent the meters back to Scottish Power. They've received it. And then Scottish Power has then basically gone down to the property with the police in attendance, right? And you know what the police say, they're there to prevent a breach of the peace, it is. They're being fair. They're being fair and impartial. Yeah, it is. Scottish Power wanted to go inside the property to check the meters to make sure that everything was safe, even though they had safety certificates, and every correspondence that they've had with Scottish Power has been in writing and all this stuff. They've got all the information that they need. So there's just a lack of communication when it comes to Scottish Power not informing the people that have gone out. What they've done is, because he's done 3 videos, 3 different parts over separate days, right? The second to last one that I watched was they were still trying to gain access to the property, and they weren't allowing them. They weren't pushing them or trying to push past them or anything like that. And what they was using this gun thing to check the wires outside the property. I don't know what it is. It makes lots of beeping noises. I don't know.
It checks to see if there's any electrical leaks. It's a field meter.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that, Roger. And they were doing all that, and they said if you don't let us in, then we may disconnect your electricity and gas supply, is what they said, right? Wow. I said, okay, well, if you do that, then you will be prosecuted. You'll be taken to court, and we will take Scottish Power to court, right? Because everything's been done by the book, effectively, right? It's on board, so there's nothing illegal about what they've done. They've got their own independent company, which is all legit. They've spoke to Scottish Power regarding the fact that they no longer want to be with Scottish Power because of the prices that they're charging per kilowatt, and also the standing charge that they're getting every single day, and how much money they're actually paying. I'm not sure if it was a smart meter or if it was a prepayment, but either way, they were paying a lot, right? I think they said at one point they were paying over £100 a week.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what smart meters are bad for, because they can do what they want. They can put it up to whatever they want. That's the
and this, because it's that little SIM thing or something in it to allow them to do that, pretty much.
They can even turn you off.
Yeah, I know, they can disconnect you at any time for any given reason. Sure. Well, but the thing is, though, if it's not legit, then in just like when you're out of work, when you've loss of earnings or whatever, it's like that. When you've got loss of earnings, then you can claim back on that, and they have to give you every single penny that you're owed. Same with electric, right? Or gas or food or stuff like that. If you go without power for long periods of time, or not for long periods, we're talking 12, 24 hours plus, then you're in the danger zone to the point where anything inside your fridge or freezer that goes off is their fault, and they have to give you compensation for it. And if they don't, then you can take them to court and you can get even more money.
You can, and there is a video online of a woman who was forced by 5 policemen. They entered the property to install prepayment meters. No, she had no debt with her company. It was British Gas that did it.
They can't do that, because
they did. The police forced their way in. She's taking it to court now. The one thing people need to understand is a prepayment meter can only be put in by force if you have a debt. Okay? The smart meters, I want people to look it up on gov.uk. It is not a mandatory requirement to have a smart meter. Print it off, and if they come to your door, stick it to your window. They can't touch your meters to force a smart meter. It's not legal.
Just going to bring somebody else into the chat now.
Okay.
Chris, do me a favour, just touch your nose for me.
I mean,
good man. Thank you, my friends. Hello, Chrissy. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hiya.
Evening, everybody.
Hi, Chris.
I'm really
Hey,
sorry.
Ricky.
I've had loads and loads of calls tonight, so I've been in and out of this all night. I've just come back in, and I've heard you talking about the electricity meter thing. I've got personal experience in that. I'm quite good with that. Do we all know about the 1954 Gas Act?
Yeah.
No.
The Emergency Act.
Yeah,
They use it safety thing.
That's what they used to force entry, and it's basically a health and safety warrant. I know this personally. They will red key your door. They have got the right to do it. They're doing it on completely nefarious grounds, though, because basically what they're saying is we believe there might be a gas leak in there.
If you got the gas certificate, right, a complaint gas certificate.
I saw that.
Guys, I totally get what you're saying. The thing is, though, the gas safety certificate is only as good as the day that it's done. So if your gas, they can. I mean, a lot of the times, because I've been through this personally. I mean, what you do is you turn up at the court. Usually, they have to give you, obviously a summons to say we're going for a warrant of entry under the 54 Gas Act. What you do is you turn up at court with your gas safety certificate and say to them, sorry, but there is no gas leak. If there was a gas leak, I would willingly let them in because I don't want to have a gas explosion on my property.
Yeah.
The simple fact is, if they put that evidence before the court, they're actually committing perjury. So you remind them of perjury 1911 and say to them, basically, you're bullshitting to get a prepayment meter in here. And what they'll do is they'll then withdraw.
That's exactly why natural gas
Yeah.
is go.
I've been through it, guys.
That's why.
I'm speaking from experience because I'm not saying anyone's bullshitting here. I'm just saying that there's a lot of bullshit around it, and there's a lot of people that sort of are working on what they think's going to happen, and what actually happens is usually a little bit different. So just a cautionary tale. When they turn up, they will get entry. Literally, they'll red key your door. What I would say, my advice would be, and this is from experience as well, and obviously everyone's got to do their due diligence and work out exactly how far they want to take it. But if I'm in that position again, what I'd be doing is I'd be saying to them, so you are here with a warrant of entry, the Gas Act 1954, to sort out an emergency, there's a gas leak or something like that. If they turn around to you and they say, no, we're here to fit prepayment meters, that's when you've now got a shout at going back to the court and saying they perjured themselves by getting this. Trouble is, the courts are in on the fucking game as well. So you can come unstuck. My advice, not advice, my opinion would be you let them in, you let them change the meter. They'll put in a prepayment meter. Then what you do is you change your prepayment meter. You send off a notice to the supplier and to the national grid, basically saying that you don't wish to do business with them, blah blah blah. You've not got a contract with them, and you invite them to bill you directly, not through any broker, because that's what gas companies are. Electric companies are. They're basically brokers.
Did you see Colin's video on that, Chris?
Sorry?
Did you see Colin's video on that?
Colin Worrell?
No, I can't remember what his surname is now. But basically, they were trying to force a woman to have a prepaid meter.
Yeah,
she'd got behind. They turned up with a warrant and the police and a locksmith.
Yeah,
and what he actually did was rang Leeds Court to see if this warrant had actually been issued, and they knew nothing about it.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I mean, we all know the dodgy warrant thing. I know it better than almost anyone. The trouble you've got is the old Bill don't care.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've got that bit of paper, they really don't care. They believe, it all comes down to belief, like everything. If they've got a warrant that says they can do it, they can use what's called mens rea to enforce it.
You know, their honestly held belief is that court have issued it.
Yeah.
I have a gas check done by my council every year, cleared by any gas leaks, and it's a thorough check throughout my property. My gas meter is outside my front door. It's got the gas switch outside my front door, so there's no way they're coming into my house.
The thing is,
prepayment meters.
Just to pick up on what Chris said a minute ago, and that is that when your gas check gets done, it's okay. That means on that particular day, everything was fine. But the gas company could turn around and say, well, it's been a day since then. Something could be wrong.
Yeah. Sorry to cut across you. What they'll do is that as soon as you turn up in court with your gas safety certificate, as I did, to say to them, excuse me, you're saying there's a gas leak. You're using the 54 Gas Act to basically say there's a health and safety concern. Yeah, there is no health and safety concern. Here is my gas safety certificate, which proves. But what they'll do is they'll withdraw. They'll go, oh, okay, you know, you threaten them with perjury. And then basically they go, okay, we won't do that. 6 months later, they will do it and they won't tell you that they've gone to court to get it. And then you'll have half a dozen, you know, gas vans turn up with old Bill and the big red key and stuff like that. And they will false entry. A couple of times I've seen them not false entry, but that's more out of like lack of preparation than it is will. Because if a copper has got that, you know, that warrant to say that he can force entry on safety grounds, chances are they're going to do it. And in my case, they did. You know, I can't go into it too much about sort of like, you know, the technical angles, but basically then you send a letter off to your supplier and to the national grid and you invite them to bill you. Now they can't get, if you're monitoring what you're taking with your new meter, which obviously you put a new meter in, you know, they can't say that you're trying to diddle them, because you are actually keeping a record of what you're using. So you're not trying to steal anything, because you're keeping a record. And the letter that you sent to them, which basically invites them to bill you for what you're using, that is proof that you intend to pay. So they can't get you for theft of blah, blah, blah. So actually letting them in, or, I mean, you know, my advice would be, if you've got a chain on the door, let them force the chain. Because once the chain's gone, you can say that you never consented to it, because obviously if you're consenting to it and then you take the meters out, they've then got a shout at saying that you've acted nefariously, blah, 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 blah. There's so much to it. It is an absolute minefield. You've got to be hardcore to be able to do it, but that is pretty much the only way forward. And it does work. You've just got to really, really, you know, don't do it half-heartedly. Make sure you realise what the worst case scenario is. So, be careful. Go and look up the 1954 Gas Act, which is the legislation they'll use to put your door through. And guys, don't think they won't. They might not. I mean, if they don't, you're lucky, because using a health and safety warrant to get into an house, that they are completely, you know, even if because the coppers aren't going for it. The coppers are there to facilitate the order of the court. The court has ordered that under health and safety, you won't be able to get the old bill. I mean, the thing is, right, the way I would do it now is I would turn around to whoever is serving the warrant from the gas company, and I would do it in front of the copper, and I would say, sorry, what warrant have you got? And they'd say 1954 Gas Act. And you go, right, that is a health and safety warrant, isn't it? And they'll obviously say, well, yeah, it is. And I go, right, so you are concerned that there is a gas leak or there's something unsafe in this property. And they'll probably have to say, yeah. Once they say, yeah, what you then do is you say, right, I will allow you in to check that there's no gas leak, because if you think there's a gas leak, I want you to check it. But that's all you're doing. And if they go, well, no, we're fitting a prepayment meter, just say, well, how's that come into health and safety then? And that is where you get them on rocky ground, because then you're basically saying to them, you've gone to court saying that there's a gas leak, when really is all you want to do is change the meters to fuck me over. And that is where Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I didn't get a chance to test that because luckily they didn't push it. Now, if you get a chance to test that, my sad opinion would be that the court would probably ignore you. The court would side with the corporate cocksuckers.
It's fraud through deception.
Sorry?
It's fraud through deception.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And that is where they might back off. Because, I mean, the thing is, I think National Grid are only paying something. I mean, National Grid get like 3% of the payment. So, you know, British Gas and SSE and all of these corporate cocksuckers, excuse me, French, they're having an absolute fortune because it's already in the National Grid. It's the National Grid that supplies them, and then they pay the National Grid the tiny percentage. So practically all the money you're paying is profits to those utility companies. That's the way I understand it. That's the way it was. And, you know, the thing is, we are being forced to have a financial broker that is charging us through the teeth, you know, and we're paying up to almost 3 times more than anywhere else in Europe right now for our gas or electric, whatever one it is. You know, it's absolutely crazy.
Let me just jump in for a minute, Chris. God bless the UK. He's sitting in the back room here, and he says that he wants to speak to you. So, God bless the UK.
I'm going to shoot off, Dan, so there's plenty of space.
All right, Tina. All right, sweetheart. No worries.
All right, I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. Everyone take care.
Look after yourself.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Bye, love. Right. So, right. Hello. God bless.
Oh, mate, I told you I'd come back. Listen, I've just jumped off another stream and I've just caught the tail end of this of talking about the electric meters and stuff. Right, so, Chrissy, this is what I've got to ask you, right? So, this is what happened, right? We've had a lot of problems with our electric companies in the past, right? One time, we normally live in Spain for about 3 or 4 months and we come back. This is going back years and years ago before the internet banking. And it took like $3 grand out of my bank account. I said, whoa, what are you doing that for? Oh, that's what you've used over the past few months. I said, but I'll be in Spain. Not even Michael Jackson uses that on his fucking So
was it a standing charge? Was it a standing charge?
Yeah.
Bravo.
Right,
that's the biggest con out there.
Bear with me on this. Right? So they eventually we had a spinner meter, right? So they sent. I contacted I contacted them. They did a meter reading every day. Blah blah blah. She said to me, "Yeah, that's incorrect. But we're going to send you a new meter." I said, "Well, I want it tested proper." So they sent some. I contacted the ombudsman, and this guy from the Southern Electric, was our supplier at the time. So they're coming with a new meter. It's been triple bench tested. It's all perfect. They come out and fitted it. The ombudsman was there as well. He goes, there you go. It's all correct. As they're walking down my driveway, they installed it into. I said, is this just been triple bench tested? He goes, yeah. I said, look at it. It's going back and forward on its own. Anyway, so I won the argument. Now, let's just move on to my current predicament. I'm shitting myself. So we've moved into a new property, and because we moved into a new property, we had to stay with the current supplier, which was EDL. I have to be careful what I say that.
EDF.
EDF, that's it. EDF, sorry.
EDL.
I do that every
Tommy Robinson on your drive.
Right, so I do that every time. I'm sorry. Right, so we moved in here, right, and we had to stay for a month. Now, at my previous address, they put me on a direct debit on my current uses for gas and electric. This is going back a couple of years, by the way, for about 60 quid a month. And we was always in credit. Now, when we moved here, we had to stay with this EDF. Yeah, I got it right that time. For a month. And they tried to say that we used £500 in the summertime when we were moving in here. And we go to bed early because we were still moving in. And I questioned it. And I gave them... Now, the meters that are here currently... One was an old smart meter that they couldn't get the details for, because the previous company had gone bankrupt, and the gas meter was a normal one, and they tried to charge us 500 quid for 1 month on electric and gas. I said, whoa, how come I've gone from like 50, 60 quid a month to this amount? Anyway, I questioned it. Cut long story short, they said, oh yeah, our operator took the wrong price down. It's only £400. I said, no, I'm not having that either. So the second month we went to, because we had another company before that gave us a good deal. Apparently EDF had lost the paperwork and it got lost in the system, and we had to stay for another month. So we had to pay another 400 odd quid for the month. Anyway, so eventually we got it all sorted, and the new company we were with, the company we had before, back at our old address, I asked them, I said, look, I don't trust these smart meters, right? There's so much bad stuff about that they're hackable for start. I work in security, so people can see what time of the day you're in the house, what time you're out. I'm not comfortable with it at all. In America, there's so many lawsuits about people getting tumors, dizziness. They use 10,000 times.
Can I quickly cut across you? Can I quickly cut across you? A really good, important point for everyone that's listening. Yeah, always remember that they sold us smart meters, saying that they would save us money. Smart meters were promoted as things that would save us money. What business, any business, even a good business, an honourable, ethical business, what ethical business would want you to buy anything or want you to have something that would lose them money?
Exactly.
Yeah, they call them smart meters. Smart for them, not for us.
Exactly.
Now, I've only got a few % battery, guys. I will try and come back on, but really quickly, bro, where you went wrong is you actually involved yourself with them. What you've got to try and do is stay away from them as much as possible. Don't do the direct debit thing, because if you're a direct debit customer for the energy firms, I know it might not be as easy. It's easy to direct debit. I've not got a single direct debit, and I never have had one. Yeah, and what that sends the signal out to them is that they can't fuck with you that easily, because if you don't pay, the direct debit comes out and blah blah. You've involved yourself in the system. What you've done is you've accepted their meter, this new triple tested benched meter. You've actually accepted it and stuff like that. My personal and you've got to be tough to do it. If you're not tough, don't do it. Yeah, because it isn't easy. But the way I would have done it was I would have said, I'm sorry, I don't like the way you're doing your business. You've just upped my money, because ultimately, there are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people out there that would have suffered them overcharging them. And
Chrissy,
just thought,
I don't mean
what?
to be rude. I do not mean to be rude, but you just give me a fucking. I'm shitting myself that you're saying that your battery's going to go flat in a minute. I just want to finish this, please.
Sorry, mate. Go on, bruv.
No. Sorry, mate. It's just the fact that you said that your battery's going to go flat. And I'm in a position at the moment, I'm getting fucking heart attacks. So, this company that we went back to, that we were originally with, when he's, you sign up online, we got back onto that thing, and I said to him, look, I don't trust this smart meter, right? I'm being given all bullshit readings. I goes, can I change it? He goes, yes, of course you can. Because the other company, EDF, they said, if it's not faulty, I'd have to pay hundreds and hundreds of pounds. So this new company said, yes, if you don't want that meter, you can have another meter if you want, a normal meter, but you have to pay for it yourself. It has to be on your own back. So I bought a new meter from a company, when it's a normal meter that you can see the clock's like an odometer turn round, right? I had it installed. I put a thing out on Facebook asking for a Sparky to come and install it. They come round there, did it all, put it all in. Now, I spoke to another mate of mine, and he goes to me, I told him what happened. He goes, was it Southern Electric? That's our company round here. I goes, no. He goes, you just broken the law. You didn't go to prison for that. I goes, why? He goes, if you look inside your meter where your boxes are, it will say only Southern Electricity can touch this equipment. Now, moving on from that quickly, me and my missus, right, I put some bills in her name to give her a credit rating. What she hasn't told me is, for the past 2 years, January 2000, 2 years ago, is that because she got into debt, she wouldn't let me see her bank account. And I just realised recently that we haven't paid electric or gas for over 2 years because the company we were with have gone bankrupt. And now I've been getting these emails from British Gas asking me to send me my meter readings, but because all the scams that are going on, I just blanked it. Now I'm shitting it.
Bro, that is the key is to not engage with them. Just that's my advice. Yeah. See, the thing is, they're saying to you, you can't put it's going to cost you to put money in. Cost you to put another smart meter in. Just like, well, I'm sorry, but if you can't supply me with what I want, I'll go somewhere else. I'll get something else. As long as you're not in contract with them, and always remember, contract is signatures signed at the same place, same time, blah, 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 meeting of minds and all that sort of stuff. It comes down to really fine legal technicalities. And the thing is, by you, for instance, allowing them to read your meter or allowing them to fit a new meter, that's tacit consent. Yeah, that's deemed, implied consents. And that's where they'll try and get you by saying, oh, you was happy for us to put a new meter in. So obviously we've now got a business relationship. We've got a contract, blah, 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 deemed implied contracts. It is really, really messy. I will always do my best to help anyone with it. But you've really got to do your research. You've got to start with looking at the 1954 Gas Act, which is the emergency power they used to false entry. Yeah,
that's gas. What about electric?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, pretty soon gas is out. Within 10 years, there will be no gas. Apparently, I think is it 2025? They're not allowing any more boilers to go in. And then
they want heat pumps, don't they? They want heat pumps.
Yeah, heat pumps, which are even more expensive. But once they've lost the 1954, once you've lost the gas entry thing, they're going to be in a little bit more trouble. That's why they're pushing for smart meters, because they want the smart meters in, because they don't even need to turn up at your house.
Yeah, they said, but if you remember, Chrissy, have you got your own site or not?
I've got my own YouTube, mate. I mean, if you have a look on there, because the thing is, right,
please, can someone put a link?
Yeah,
it's really simple. Be careful with Chris's channel. He does nothing but causes trouble. Chrissy Morris.
No.
I'm so sorry, Dan. I really am.
Danny, don't. He's giving me an olive branch here to help me sleep at night. Because basically, the upshot was that the company, luckily for me, on my mobile phone, it records conversations. So I've got the conversation recorded from this company we're getting supplied from. Said, yes, as long as you pay for it yourself, we don't mind you removing the smart meter. Okay? That's the situation. The situation
but the thing is, bro, sorry to cut across you. What you've got to do, this is just my opinion, yeah? If I was you, I would ensure that you have got written confirmation that you've ended all contracts with that company, that you no longer wish to, deal with them whatsoever, blah, blah, blah. However you want to do it, make sure that, and come up with a dispute, because it always helps to have a dispute. If you're in dispute with a company, they've got to go through a certain procedure. And as far as civil law goes, you'll be on the better side of civil law if you've created a dispute and you've told them that you don't want to be with them anymore. Then you can maybe do.
No, we moved over to this other company we were with before we moved into this property after the fuckabouts with EDL. And I didn't know that they'd gone bank. They're gone. They've disappeared. And we haven't had any direct debits or anything taken out of my bank, my wife's bank account. She wouldn't show me the bank account because she's overdrawn. I didn't know that So we've been lost in the system for the past 2 years with no electric and no gas. We haven't paid a bill.
Bro, keep it that way. Keep it that way. Honestly.
I know, I'm shitting it though, because I'm just worried that they're going to come up to me because all these new meter readings. But then again, if they come to me, oh, the price has gone up. They tried to charge me on a higher rate. I said, well, look at the law of averages. If you look at my monthly bill, then you can work out when it changed over to charge me an extra. But as I said, at the moment, we are getting gas and electric, but we're not paying anything. I know that sounds really great for some of you, but
no, I just want to interrupt there. First of all, is this, God bless the UK, is this who you're getting your gas and electricity from?
no, it's not. We're not from anyone at the moment. We were with another company that I didn't know had gone gone pop, like some of the other ones.
That's gone right over your head. It's gone right over your head there, isn't it? Have a look at the picture again.
Yeah, I know. We were originally when we first moved into the property. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh yeah, all right. Yeah. All right. I'm trying not to say the other one.
The CEO is Tommy Robinson.
So
guys, I'm going to get off. I'm going to get off. I mean, I don't honestly, guys. Dan will tell you.
Look, can you put a link, please, Chrissy, in the back chat if anything else?
Yeah, of course. I mean, my YouTube channel is really simple. It's Chrissy Morris, single S. Do not Google the double S version of Chrissy Morris. It was a very large American porn actress. Yeah, she'll give you PTSD. Honestly, all right. It's single SY. Chrissy Morris. If you have a look down there, you'll see quite a few calls to Grosvenor Legal Services, which were British Gas's legal goons and stuff like that. There's some stuff that can't be spoken about publicly because it will give the utility companies the heads up of what you're doing, you know. So I mean, but Dan knows I'll always come on. I'll always try and help people. I don't speak about stuff that I've not got experience in. This I have got experience in. You need to tread very careful, guys. Always remember what the worst case scenario could be. Yeah, and work from there.
The worst case scenario is that they're trying to fucking
yeah, because they'll try and get if you don't do it correctly, what they'll try and get you for is stealing the energy. Yeah, if you're always monitoring it, if you're always sort of like metering it, and you've offered to pay, they can never say it's theft. Theft is relieving someone of something permanently without the intention of paying for it. That is, so if you're metering it, if you've got your own meter and you've sent them a letter saying, I'm inviting you to basically bill me, they can't then say you didn't try and pay for it, because you can turn around and go, there's the email, there's the letter, copy of the letter, where I've stated I wish to pay for it and I'm metering it. I just don't want to pay this monkey fucking British Gas EDL, EDF company, whatever. You see what I'm saying? You just say, I don't want to pay a financial broker, because that's all fucking energy companies are. Just say I'm offering to pay the fucking National Grid. If the National Grid don't want my money, then we need to sort that out in some way, because National Grid will never have you as a customer. But if you're offering to pay them money, they can't say you're stealing. It's a bit of there's so much to it, guys. You've got to be really, really careful. And I'll help anyone that needs any help with it. Yeah, right. And Dan, mate, I'll give you a tinkle tomorrow. I've got about 1% battery now, guys. Guys, love you. I'll see you all soon, yeah?
Chrissy, I'm going to call you Chrissy Horlicks to get out of sleep tonight.
Yeah. Oh, you're all talking at once. I'm getting confused. I'm getting old.
I said I'm going to call you Chrissy Horlicks from now on, because you're going to help me sleep tonight.
Bruv, I need some sleep. Guys, one last question.
Yeah, Chrissy, can you understand what I mean? When the collapse of the energy companies come?
See, the thing is, if Labour gets in, they're promising to privatise, which is
what I mean is, have everybody looked into this, right? Because what happened was, when the collapse of the energy company, because you could make up an energy company, right?
Yeah.
Right? You could be totally not involved in the energy company ever before. Right, and you could set up an energy company. You could supply anybody, right?
Yeah.
Now, what happened was, when the collapse came, was 2 years, 3 years ago, maybe.
Right. Yeah.
21.
Right. What happened was, when you change your supplier, right? They had to They chose for you which supplier you go to, right?
Yep.
right? So the only trouble about that is, right, that supplier have bought on demand, right? How many units they're going to supply for the year?
Right. Yeah.
Right. So, in other words, with them. So the energy supply was depleted as such, right? So they had to pay extra costs, right? And that's what carried on to the how can I put it? The electricity.
Yeah. Because they're making such ridiculous profits on it, you know, it's I mean, we've got Ofgem. Is it Ofgem? Yeah, it's Ofgem, isn't it, for electric?
Yeah.
Because they're making such ridiculous profits, it's been a bit like the Wild West as far as, you know, I could see. I mean, it's not I'm not an expert on it. I do know quite a bit about it, but see, the thing is, up until 20 years ago, no one knew anything about how to take these fuckers on. And now, with the internet and with more people being more tenacious, more people are taking them on. And legislation isn't going to be able to follow as fast as the information that we're getting out. And the thing, ultimately, you've got to have a big set of balls to do this. And if you haven't, you're probably better off just fucking paying it. You know, and you've got to have a little bit of intelligence as well. And if you're not intelligent enough, you'll fall down one of their little ambushes or traps.
The thing about this is, Chrissy, I've seen a video of a Pakistani man who had an office and a computer. Right? He had no idea how to set anything up, right? But he still traded as an energy company, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we're paying for now.
I know.
Everybody's paying for.
Yeah. See, just quickly, because I've got 1% battery now. I mean, if you have a look, and I'm not sure how true this is now, do your research on it, guys. This is all I'll tell you is what I've heard. This was actually from someone that worked from one of the utility companies. It's called double dipping. And basically what would happen is, you know, the government or whoever would go and buy our energy, you know, whether it be from, for instance, Russia or whatever. They'd buy that, they'd put it into the national grid. Then the national grid would sell it off to the energy companies that would then charge us for it. The thing is, because it was bought and put into the national grid, they used our money to buy it. Then they sold it to the energy companies that then sold it back to us. So we've actually paid for it twice. Craziness. Now, when you actually understand how that sort of shit works, you're like, hang on a minute. So not only have I already bought it, they're charging me 98% more for it than I should be paying.
You paid it 3 times. You paid it three times because on the collapse of these energy companies, right?
Yeah.
Right. They have pre-bought everything they got, right, for the next financial year. But what it is, because they can't cope with it, he's gone. It's all right. Because they've gone, right? They defrauding everybody.
Sorry, I'm just responding to somebody in the comments. Right, guys.
An eye on the time, Dan.
Yeah, I was just walking while Innocent came into the back room there on StreamYard, but I was looking at ran up at the time, and he came in without showing a face. So I was just explaining to him why I couldn't let him on. First of all,
porn bomb. Let's have a porn bomb. Wake up.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap this up now. It's now half past 12. Done 4.5 hours. I think that's long enough, especially since I've not had a kit this afternoon. So let me just thank everybody who's joined us this evening in the comments and on the panel, and for the number of new first time callers that we had. I think that's a record tonight. I think we had 4 new first time callers, which is absolutely fucking brilliant.
And the subs topped 40.7k tonight as well.
40.7 thousand. Only another 39,500 to go. And I get my new tattoo. But thank you to everybody that's joined us. Thank you for the range of topics that we've discussed. Obviously, the live streams aren't about necessarily talking about the negative stuff that we go through all week, because we try and lighten things up a bit of a weekend. So we talk about anything and everything. So thank you to everybody that's called in. Thank you to you guys on the panel. Sorry to those people that wanted to get in on the panel or phone in but were unable to. Obviously, moderators, thank you for doing your job. Much appreciated. I call it your job. It's not a job, but you know what I mean. Thank you for
dedication.
Obviously, I appreciate every single one of you. But guys, I'm calling it a day there anyway. Hopefully, I don't sleep through my alarms in the morning. But I shouldn't do. But you should see videos tomorrow anyway. But once again, this channel wouldn't be what it is without you lot. So, thank you guys for being of the community. Much appreciated. With that said,
in the week, mate.
Thank you, Dan. That thing about the electric, you have no idea how much I've been shitting myself for the past 2 years. So if it wasn't for you,
excuse me.
If it wasn't for you, I would be feeling a bit more relaxed tonight. Thank you very much. You've really
this is why we leave it. This is why we leave it open to talk about anything and everything. There's 40,000 people subscribed to the channel. We normally get 150 people on a live stream. I'd like to see that go up, but it's neither here nor there. We can talk about things that people might be going through, that other people might be going through, but be too afraid to talk about. And if we can help people when we discuss, random topics, if we can help people in some way, then it's all good. Do you know what I mean? So
most of the people have got, they look at different things and they know about different things.
Yeah. So with that said, I'm going to end the live stream now, and thank you all again, and I will see you all soon.
Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you, mate.